to the agenda. Next is the consent agenda, approved minutes of May 16th, 2024.
Second.
Well, I don't have a microphone, so if people can try to be as quiet as possible, please. So who motioned?
Matthew, seconded by Melvin.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
1,000, 0.
Motion passes 1,000 to 0. Next up is presentations. Gifted and talented students from that attended the State National History Day competition. Kathy Kearney, the GT teacher, is online. She wanted to be here in person, but for reasons I cannot discuss, she's online. She's going to introduce the students.
And Danny, I don't know if any Sol, Sebastian, or Liam are here tonight. Right here. Hello. Okay, I just want to make sure they're here. It's a large group.
Okay. Kathy?
Okay, yes, we had 3 students who made it to the State National History Day.
Hold on, Kathy, we can hear you.
Matt, we all have on. We need to speak.
So as long as people online can hear us, they can hear what happened.
Can you hear us?
Let's just have this. Christina,
Yes.
can you introduce the students
sure
because
can.
we're having issues and I don't want to delay the meeting any longer.
I sure can. Good evening, everyone. I am really excited. Kathy Kearney is online, and she is one of our gifted and talented teachers here in RSU 40. And she came to me earlier this year. I'm the assistant superintendent here. And she said she wanted to work with some students who are highly interested in a National History Day project. And those students made it to the state level competition, and they're here tonight to share a little bit about their experience with National History Day. And tell me if I'm saying something wrong too. So I would like to introduce, first up, Sebastian Meg. Let me know, and it's exciting. I know we often recognize sports teams and all kinds of other stuff, but it's really great to recognize some of our gifted students tonight.
I would just like
And all the board members, you should have packets of their presentation.
First, I would just like to thank all the school board members for having me here. And so my paper, I wrote a paper for this project, and it's about the attempted assassination of Theodore Roosevelt. And most of you probably have not heard of it, but it might have changed World War I as we know it. And I thought it would be good for everyone to know that it might have changed the election, which could have changed today. And so I would just like to say that after the assassination attempt, Roosevelt was having issues, but he knew that he wanted to win the election, and he knew that if people knew that he was struggling after getting shot, then he might not get elected. So he tried to conceal this and only told his family the struggles that he was going through. And I just thought that that would be good for everyone to know that there are always two sides to every story.
I don't think that could have been a more perfect introduction for tonight with everyone in the audience here. And it's just nice, and great job for being so brave and standing up in front of all of these people, because it is nerve-wracking whether you're an adult, but especially when you are a young teenager. So I know the next student I'd like to introduce is Sol Smith.
Hello. So for my History Day project, I made a documentary about the Battle of Monte Cassino. It was a battle that took place during World War II in Italy. And it's on one of the more forgotten fronts of World War II, which doesn't get that much attention compared to like D-Day or something. And so I thought it was a good project to show that all the fronts of World War II are still remembered today. During my project, I learned many skills like researching and using all my resources to find out new information. And so I went to the regionals and I passed that and went to states. And states are in Orono, and it was a fun experience going to Orono and presenting my documentary. And I just want to thank Ms. Kearney for orchestrating everything, and all my teachers at my school for helping me out, especially Dr. Snyder. He was really helpful during the making of my documentary and helping me get resources through interlibrary loan and sorts. And yeah, I just want to thank them all, and yeah. These here for the board members. These are links so you can access my documentary. Awesome.
So impressed, such a great way to start our evening. Our third student could not be here tonight, but his name is Liam Wall. And I just wanted to share with you what his papers were about. So his first competition, that was in Portland. He wrote a paper, looks like a 465-word paper on the Apollo 11 moon landing. And it was called A Turning Point for Science and the Human Race. And then for the state competition in Orono, No, I think it is the same paper that he brought to the, but that was his topic, so congratulations to Liam as well, and I'm sorry that you couldn't be here tonight, but maybe you're online watching, and just great work, and thank you for sharing with the board and with your community tonight.
Next up, we're going to honor some retiring employees, not all of them are here tonight. So the first one, Randy Hooper, teacher at Monmouth Valley High School. Mrs. Keys is going to say something.
You get to come stand right next to me, Mr. Hooper. Randy Hooper retires this year, closing out 37 years of service as a teacher of mathematics. During that time, he also spent a fair number of years coaching basketball. Randy has always been an asset to our mathematics staff with his strong instructional skills and his ability to move thousands of students forward in their learning over the course of his career. For me personally, Randy has evolved from being a respected colleague to a valued friend. He is known for keeping our leadership team well-grounded and focused on reality, often with pithy, relevant, and sometimes humorous comments that bring us back to the real issues we face. I will miss his 6:30 a.m. greetings that often begin with, "How are you really?" My staff and I wish him everything great in his retirement. Thank you, Randy, really.
And just so people know, they will get this. It's a little plaque to honor your career in education. Thank you for your dedication to our students and staff. Then it has their name. Thank you for your service, Regional School Unit 40, and then this year, and then there's a little apple. Next, Tamara Philbrook is not here. Julie Adams is not here. So next we have Nyra Poland, educational technician with Monmouth Valley High School.
So Nyla has been with the district as an educational technician, behavioral health professional for the last 26 years. That's an amazing accomplishment. Yes. Nyla has a huge heart and cares about each and every one of the students she has worked with in her 26 years. I think one of her biggest strengths is making connections with some of our most unique learners. She finds what motivates them and works with it to make sure the students are being successful. Nyla has always tried to learn more to help her professionally, and she will always do whatever is needed to help out. I asked Nyla what was one of her greatest memories, and she told me it was always watching my students graduate, some with their peers and some privately. Nyla, you know you played a huge part in that. We are going to miss you, but I still want you to enjoy this retirement and go and get back to that painting. Yes. Thank you, Nyla. Kids would say, Miss P.
take this moment tonight to tell you that 26 years in special ed has been a privilege. Everyone says, oh, you're so nice to do that with the kids. People, if they ask you to go and volunteer in special ed, listen to the teacher. Or to sub. You know, there's nowhere in this whole wide world that you're gonna walk into a room and be a rock star every single day.
Next up, we have, Gayla Hine, teacher at Friendship Village School.
We call her Gigi. Gigi's retiring after 25 years in education. Most of those years have been with RSU 40. She had 1 year outside of our district. She started at Friendship, she went to Union for a year, and then she came back to us. We are very lucky because she brings a lot to our staff. For example, next week for our field day, 2 weeks, she and her band will be playing for us and entertaining our kids during lunch. In fact, every year, she comes with her band and plays for our kids, and they love it. She's a member of our leadership team. I value her advice. I go to her often just to get a feel for the community, to get a feel for the staff. I'm really going to miss not being able to do that. She was involved in curriculum work. Last year, she wrote a school newspaper with students, or this year, sorry. It's wonderful. I sent a copy up to Christina. It shows pictures of what our kids are doing, all written by students. Anything in the years I've been at Friendship, I've asked Gigi to do. She's done it. She's a real asset to our school, and we are really going to miss it.
Next, we have Dawn Monroe, teacher at Union Elementary School.
Good evening. My name is Scott White, and I happen to be the principal here at Union. On behalf of the entire school community, I would like to recognize Mrs. Monroe for her 23 years of service to the children of Union. It is a bit ironic and surreal that I stand before you tonight to congratulate Mrs. Monroe on her retirement, given that I helped hire her 23 years ago. Mrs. Monroe was recognized last fall as our Knox County Teacher of the Year, and this award was very well deserved. She is a tremendous asset to our students and a wonderful colleague to so many of us over the years. In addition to the traditional core subjects, Mrs. Monroe has incorporated many experiential and service learning oriented activities into her classroom, including but not limited to raffling pumpkins to raise money, which were used to purchase Dunkin' Donuts gift cards to veterans, engaging students in a yearly letter writing campaign thanking veterans for their service, spearheading our Winter Kids program, collaborating with Waldorf theater artists to create their own play and perform it in front of the public at this historic theater, routine classroom sing-alongs, poetry readings, and readers theater. Yes, I did all of that in the office. Working alongside the Bose librarians to create a story walk for children to enjoy during the summer months, and founding her very own program called Real Jobs in Maine, which brought in people from all walks of life and all professions so students could see what types of jobs are out there that they could stay local and not leave our state. Donna's philosophy has always been to make learning standards come alive through active participation, not passive paperwork. She has been committed to making a positive impact on the social, emotional, and academic needs of all students and she has one of the biggest hearts I've ever seen in all my years in education. I wish her well in retirement, and I'm sure that she will continue to climb many more mountains and wander through numerous trails seeking tranquility and happiness during her retirement. Mrs. Monroe.
The other two, Rhonda Gross, custodian of Warren Community School, and Nancy Dean, the secretary of the health office, are not here tonight. I think just if you could give the retirees one last round of applause. Since people are having trouble hearing me, I'll stay here for some of the times. Some of the times I'll have to be back in the chair. And we'll try to work on something different if we continue to have these crowds. Next up is the ESCA consolidated application of 2425 Christina Wadden, Assistant Superintendent.
It's okay, you don't have to clap for me. Okay, I've already tried a couple times tonight, so thank you all. For those of you who don't know why people are standing up, this is my final school board meeting in RSU40. So I will be leaving this position, but I still am a community member and care very much about the students, staff, and families in RSU40. So tonight I wanted to show the school board I did pass out an updated version. So I'll just start with what the ESCA application is. So the ESCA application is a federal grant that we receive through the state of Maine, and it's a renewable grant. So every year, each school district is rated based on their free and reduced lunch applications, the number of students that are in our district, and the criteria that the state uses to determine how much funding we will receive for Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and Title V. Pardon me, sorry. So you can see listed what we plan on spending. The title application is actually due on August 1st, and part of this process is to gather feedback on what we propose to use the funds for. So for Title I funds, and these are just preliminary allocations, we should know by the end of July how much funds we will be receiving from the state, well, it's from the federal department, but through the state. And so this year at Miller School, we currently plan on using the funds for in the amount of $370,000, $374.39 for one pre-K teacher, 2.5 interventionists, and family engagement. Miller and Warren are the only two schools that receive Title I funds for our school district, and they are what's considered school-wide programs. So we submit an application to become school-wide, and it's based on the population of students that are at Miller School, their test scores, students who are in special education, and just there's a bunch of different criteria that they rate that on, and Miller and Warren both qualify qualify to be school-wide programs. So that's why there are the only 2 schools listed here for the Title I funds. And family engagement is a requirement for that fund. You have to spend at least 1% of what you receive on family engagement for the school. And so that's for Miller School. Warren Community School, we're looking at spending $287,315. And this is a little different. So Miller's is basically the same as last year with the exception of the pre-K teacher not being split between ESSER funds and the title funds, if you recall that from the season. Warren Community School, Mr. Kangas reached out and wanted to switch out one of his intervention positions for a classroom teacher position that is allowable under federal programs. They basically give you a long list of things that are allowable, things that are not allowable, and then you need to fit what works for your school district. And reducing classroom size is an allowable expense in that category. So he wanted to move one of his classroom teachers to kindergarten. That there would also be 2 interventionists and 1 educational technician for Warren Community School, and then also $8,000 for family engagement. And then the final section for Title I is McKinney-Vento homeless, and that's also a required set-aside amount for Title I funds. So we have 1 McKinney-Vento driver for transportation, supplies, and then additional homeless transportation. That has been added in by the district. We don't have to put all of those funds in there for transportation, but we certainly are spending them in our transportation line. And we found that that is something that can offset our general fund by putting it in the Title I funds. So any questions on the Title I section before I move on to Title 2, 3, 4, and 5? So the next section is Title 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so when you proceed with the application, you have the ability to move funds into other target areas. So some of the funds will only receive, you can actually see it on the back side, like Title III, we're receiving $1,551. We can move that into Title V. Typically, what I've done is move all of the remaining funds into Title V because it's the most flexible fund that you can use for basically any of the other categories. So that's why I merged all of them together in this section on the front. So EduPlan 21 is a curriculum planning tool, and that's what houses our curriculum units that our teachers develop, and that is what is showcased on our website for parents and families to see for transparency about our curriculum and what's being taught in our schools. The next section is for curriculum representatives and for teachers just working beyond their contracted hours. Curriculum representatives from all of our content areas met with me each month the last couple of years of school and gave their feedback for both their school and their content area. I had 1 representative from K to 6 and 1 for 7 through 12 to work on the vertical alignment of our curriculum. So that's what that money is for. I also have money in here for our homeless / district mental health coordinator, and this is a position that works at the high school 1 day a week, works at central office, and then works within each school that needs her. So it's a 3-day a week during the school year and then several days during the summertime. And then there's a 0.3 art position. So we have these positions in the district that cover 3 small schools, and it's it's very challenging when you're trying to go to 3 different schools, trying to form relationships with the staff, trying to know all of the students at 3 different schools. It's a burnout job. So we learned at Union and Prescott and Friendship that by having 1 person share 2 schools, it was a lot more manageable and just a lot better for our students. So that's what this is, to increase the position at Friendship so that person would be in 2 schools and not, it would be a half-time at Friendship. And then finally, the change in why I handed you out a new copy tonight was because we found that we were able to fund the 0.5 art position through the Mahomet Valley High School general fund. So the remaining funds will be used for purchasing literacy curriculum materials and training for our staff. Any questions on that? Or feedback, comments? Give me a little comment that I can put in the
4 more years.
4 more years. All right, well, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
In addition to this, Christina has also written over $5 million worth of grants for next year too.
Okay, the next action item is approve extending the meeting until finished, as boards know, and as some of the public know, we have in our policy, I can't think of the number, that our meeting will end at 9:30. So instead of getting to 9:30 and then trying to make a motion, if we can do that.
I'll make a motion to extend this meeting until sometime.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions? Okay, all in favor?
Randy, she had a call.
Opposed? Abstention.
She had a coffee.
Motion passes 1,000 to 0. Randy, do you have enough coffee for everyone?
Right?
Next is approve allowing more than 30 minutes for public comment. And again, in one of our policies, it states that the total time for public comment is 30 minutes. So if we could have a motion
to extend the time for public comment.
Can I make a friendly amendment? To move the audience and the public to after action item E?
If somebody wants to agree to that, but also there are people here, I'm assuming, that is where we have on the agenda to approve the district literacy plan. I know there are people that want to
Okay,
speak to that.
okay, after action item C then. I just want to get some of it through before we maybe listen for a long time.
No.
So, any other comments or questions? Oh, a second for that, for Matt's motion. A second. Eric seconded. Okay, all in favor? And this is to extend the public comment more than 30 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, opposed? Abstain, okay.
You're opposing extending it more than 30 minutes?
I want to make that clear, I'm not opposing extending the meeting.
Well, that's what you just voted no on.
That's what I just realized I'm changing my vote.
Okay. Judge Scott? I'm not running unless you.
So, and abstentions.
Well,
I should change it, but it isn't.
didn't really feel like I got a chance to second the motion that Nicole put up there, because there are some words business that aren't going to take anywhere near as long, and maybe not everybody wants to stay. And this is going to take hours and hours, and we all know that, so.
If it's a friendly amendment, if I'm remembering Robert's rules, the people that make the motion have the choice whether they want to accept it. Yeah, the vote already took place.
Right.
So what was
I couldn't see how Judge voted.
how did you vote on that motion? How did you vote on the motion to extend it?
Well, yes, we need to extend,
To
yes.
extend it.
9:45, 0:55.
Motion passes 9:40 to 0 to 55. Next up is reports from schools, and I think The superintendent just wants to mention something.
Is there anyone else?
Was there any other administrators that want to speak on any of the reports that they sent out?
I wanted to bring to your attention, in your packet, you have in a folder a draft of our comprehensive emergency management plan for your review, in anticipation that this will be on our next board agenda for action. We hopefully for you to approve. So I want to make sure that you're aware that this does contain confidential information that impacts the safety of our students and staff. So please do not share this information with other people. And I hope you will take time to read through this so that when we meet next time, we can discuss this and get to the vote.
I'll just read this normal thing before we do audience with the public. If you haven't already done so, please indicate your interest in speaking on the sign-in sheet. I want to review a few rules to help ensure that the public comments process goes smoothly. I encourage speakers to review board policy, BEDH, public participation in board meetings, and policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity, and affirmative action. Copies of both policies are available near the sign-in sheet. We ask that speakers identify themselves by name and town of residence. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Speakers are to address questions and comments to the chair. The board does not discriminate nor tolerate discrimination against students or employees on the basis of their membership in a protected class. Speakers who share comments contrary to this policy will not be permitted to continue. We will not permit profanity, shouting, or comments that disparage or attack individuals or groups. No complaints or allegations concerning any person employed by the district or against particular students will be allowed. Requests for information or concerns that require further research will be referred to the superintendent to be addressed at a later time. If you have handouts to share, please leave them on the table by the sign-in sheet. The chair has the authority to stop any speaker who violates or policy these guidelines of the privacy rights of others. And and as I mentioned before, please be respectful no matter what side of the issues you're on. And please, when I say please don't applaud, it's because when everybody's applauding, people can't hear us calling out the next person. And please don't boo on either side. It's just not respectful. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to control the timer, and Julie is going to call, I think, 2 or 3? She's going to call 5 people, and we're trying to speed the process up, because if you call one individually, then that just takes a little longer.
Just to keep the time, I'm going to call 5 names. If you would just wait your turn here for the next person to speak, then we can just go one right after the other. Reverend Dr. Jim Anderson, Rachel Gensner, Benjamin Goldstein, Colin McGee, Richard Fisco.
Where's the chair? Raise your hand. Okay, shoot. So my name's
Introduce yourself and the name of the town.
French Bay. My name is Jim Anderson. So I talk a lot about politics and religion. My friends think I'm blast. Can't laugh right now. So anyway, I was on a lobster list for 14 years, got a license, unconstitutionally waited for 14 years, and in the meantime, I, of course, went and got an education at the ripe old age of 38. I'm telling you how old I am now. And I got ordained. And in about 10 years, I saw about 80 kids come through our church, and I don't think one of them ever went into drinking, drugs, or homosexuality. So, I firmly stand on Leviticus 18:22 and Romans 1:26 as far as my belief system goes. But for mercy's sake, I'm here, because I could have come hard. I could have done something different. I could have brought our friends, we could have made a show of force, we could have done all this stuff. But instead, I wanted to appeal to mercy. To all you guys in the crowd, I mean, no offense to you guys sitting or former representatives and whatnot, we need a leadership that will bring unity, and it hasn't happened in a long time. Now, I do think there are issues here. Some people are on one side that I happen to agree with, and people on the other side. But as I said, I stick with what the Bible says. So I was three years with the town chair, and I bailed because it was just so ineffective. But I heard that on both sides of the aisle. And the biggest reason I'm here is to stop further agitation and aggravation. I have a homosexual first cousin, married to a guy down in Florida. He carries a firearm. He protects himself and his family. I get it. He had those rights before all of this. And so did all of the people in the room who had these rights. That all power is inherent in the people, right? This is the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, right? I don't want to make you mad, but that is, it goes equally for both sides. So I feel overwhelmed, and my little brother's over there with the flags saying, we don't want to hold these flags, we feel targeted. That right there pisses me off, okay? So I'm trying to be peaceful. This is me holding back.
30 seconds left.
40?
30.
30. So I don't want you to implement this. I went to school 2 years down over the hill. I love people from Union. I go hunting up on Bear Hill about 20 times, but I didn't shoot anything. I do not want to see a civil war, because the Battle of Montesino, my grandfather was in. You saw bodies stacked as high as these rooms, right? That's all I gotta say.
My name is Richard Gallagher. I live in Walboro. I was told earlier this week not to come and speak from an individual I never thought I would hear that from, but I've been advocating for over 30 years for quality, kindness, and love. I grew up in the community. I hear a lot of talk about transgender or LGBTQAI people as being groomers. First of all, you can't groom any of these things, but you can groom hate and ignorance, or you can groom kindness, love, and compassion. But I see rescinding this policy would show prejudice, discrimination, and hatred as far as being transgender women in a bathroom. The issue of the policy you talk about, you're in there to go to the bathroom. If you're suffering from gender dysphoria, you might understand. It's not a sexual thing, it's an identity thing. It sounds like to me adults need to grow up and start supporting young people when they say they are who they are. Suicide rates will escalate, and I can guarantee you that drug overdose and all the bad things will happen to those. Transgender girls are going into girls' bathrooms thinking it's a sexual thing. You're so wrong. To think it's a sexual, it sounds like adults got their brain in the gutter. I'm here to tell you that I've experienced hatred and prejudice today within this community, even as an adult. It's sad that children can't really express who they are and just be happy and enjoy life. I never got that privilege. I was always bullied and beaten by the system. I hope you'll open your hearts and think twice before causing hatred. I wish I had courage to stand up like young people do today. I would have saved my health and my life. It's too late for me, but I can make a better future for young people by supporting equality, kindness, and all people. Some go after me, with scripture, and I can go right back at you with it because I know the real God, the God of the loving and compassion, the God that created everything, not the God that creates hatred, genocide, that would represent at a point if you deny this bill and policy. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
My name is Colin McGee.
If you can hold on just a minute, I gotta fix my. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and Board of Directors, for having this meeting. My name is Colin McGee. I'm a husband and a father of 5 children. I serve as pastor of Abilene Baptist Church. I'm a resident of Union. I've been in youth ministry for over 25 years. I believe a policy should be in place that protects the freedoms and rights of all students, teachers, staff, and others. I immigrated to the U.S. and then I became a U.S. citizen. One of the reasons I did that was because I believe in the American values of freedoms, especially of speech and of religion. This current policy allows the perceived feelings of someone who struggles with gender dysphoria to serve as an absolute measure of truth that cannot be questioned, but only embraced. It forces everyone else to embrace this new measure of truth. If anyone disagrees, this policy forces them to in-service training and possibly disciplinary action. In other words, this policy allows for bullying for those who disagree. That is not freedom. It is an old religion called Gnosticism. This policy serves as a prerequisite for staff, volunteers, and students in order for them to be a part of our 40 schools. There is no diversity in this policy. It doesn't allow for those who might be of the mind like atheist biologist Richard Dawkins, or feminist author J.K. Rowling, or writer and author Orthodox Jews such as Ben Shapiro, nor even someone like myself who holds to the historic Christian faith. What about those who have detransitioned? Will they be allowed to be discussed? There is no inclusion in this policy. Perhaps a student who struggles with, who feels that their body needs to be amputated to feel better. Or perhaps a student who wishes to identify as an animal. Again, species dysphoria. This policy could be used to celebrate such things. You see, once we make the standard for absolute truth dependent upon the inward feelings of an individual, we lose objectivity. What we need is a policy of sympathy, not of empathy. We need to sincerely care for students struggling with gender dysphoria. The spreading of fear toward those who disagree is abhorrent. Many cite suicide attempts prior to transitioning, but they never cite these studies about those who commit suicide or have suicide attempts after transition. I say whoever tells a child that it is better for them to kill themselves than to hold off transitioning is an evil person and is unfit to be a teacher, social worker, etc. Who would tell children that it is better for them to kill themselves than to live, to hold off? Every human being, no matter how small or how old, is precious and valuable, not because of who they're attracted to, and not because of who they sleep with, or how they contribute to society, but because they are made in God's image. And He will hold you all accountable on the last day for how you vote. Thank you.
Danny, could we, I'd like to respectfully ask both sides to leave the comments out, leave the emotion out, and let us hear everybody, because everybody has the right to be heard. We do not need to have the back and forth.
I second that, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Matt.
Hello, good evening. My name is Benjamin Wilson from Union, Mass. I have 2 small children, and I was raised in a Jewish family. I have this whole speech prepared. So basically, you know, Title IX and the Maine state law trumps pretty much everything. It covers it. It's covered. By keeping the policy in place, I feel that we're just kind of bullying people, and there's no room for free speech. Because if someone misgenders someone, there's going to be, you know, unintended consequences for that individual, even if they did it inadvertently. I don't believe in creating another victim class. I don't believe in forcing people to speak in a certain way. I'm pro First Amendment. I don't think that it's fair to force one segment of the population to bend to the other segment of the population. That's totalitarianism. Not for that. I'm for the First Amendment. I'm for free speech. People should be mutually respected on both sides. I don't think that anyone should have anything forced upon them, and it should be fair. However, when you look at the context of the state and federal laws, it's already fair. It's already there. So I don't necessarily see the use for the policy as it stands, whereas you have an overarching federal and state policy that's going to cover anything. It's just going to subject individuals who don't necessarily agree with that to unintended consequences that might not benefit them. It creates problems for everybody. It should be a level playing field, mutual respect and understanding, without being forced to believe or speak a certain. So.
Evening, Chair. Richard Fisco, Brunswick, Maine. I was invited to speak. I'm 77 years old, combat veteran, college grad, blah, blah, blah. Raised a lot of kids. I've been a spiritual counselor for over 50 years. Hopefully, the things I'm going to share with you will be of help to you in this serious decision you have to make. So in 1973, at the Childhood International Education Seminar, a psychiatrist named Chester Pierce made the following statement, and I quote, "Every child in America entering school at the age of 5 is mentally ill because he comes to school with certain allegiances to our founding fathers, toward our elected officials, toward his parents, toward a belief in a supernatural being, and toward the sovereignty of this nation. It's up to you as teachers to make all these sick children well. By creating the International Child of the Future." I don't know if you agree with that or not, but what we're discussing tonight here came from Leipzig, Germany in 1895 with Bismarck-financed research of Karl Wundt and psychiatry. Man is an animal. Love, honor, and trust are just chemicals squishing around in the hamburger between our ears, supposedly. Our rights do not come from government. It says it in the Constitution. And they will never come from government. Our Constitution is a statement of natural law. It's not a law. It's an observation. If you violate it, you're going to have problems. That's all it's saying. This is the way it is. Now, unhappiness and depression can be easily misdirected.
30 seconds.
Whoa. Okay. For money or for power. So you want to read this book, The Leipzig Connection, explain what I'm telling you, how psychiatry was introduced, teachers college, down to all the educators, and they couldn't stop it. This is a freebie I put over there also.
Okay, time's up.
30 seconds, please.
No, time is up. Time is up.
If anybody wants to talk to me, I'll be around. Thank you very much for the time.
You're welcome.
Crystal Robinson, Katrina Smith, Liliana Thielander, Linda Mountain.
Hello, my name is Crystal Robinson. I'm from Hope. And I used to be a school board member fairly recently. And it's great to see all these people here today. But the reason we're here is because we haven't come together as a community before this. And if we all looked at each other face to face, and if we'd taken control of our schools and our community and raising of our children, then we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have extreme sides on either side. Schools were never designed to teach us to know about our civic rights and our responsibilities. They taught us to be good employees. And our Constitution, unfortunately, has been reduced to a piece of paper since at least 1913. And I'm counting myself in here, but we need to come together as a group long before this. And as a school board member, we've got to the point now we've given up our control to the federal government. It made me sad when I saw all these people cheering for the grants, because that's not how our Constitution was supposed to work. It isn't part of the enumerated powers of the federal government to control our schools or to hand out money to our schools where we have to beg for money. And it comes with lots of strings. It's the townspeople. We should decide what we're going to have in our schools. And if we look at each other face to face, we make great common sense decisions. We think about the families in our communities, what we need. We think about education, and we use our money frugally. And and as a school board member, one thing that really disappointed me, I've been on the board before, but this last time, we were taught that even though we're elected by the community, we're not here to represent the community. We're here to represent the laws of the legislature. And I found that atrocious. And I went to my superintendent and I said, what is this? He said, it's unconstitutional. And one of my colleagues said, well, if we had to follow the Constitution with the enumerated powers, we might as well pack up and go home. And now we've got to the point where it's not just our federal government controlling everything, it's global elites. Look at us, we're being puppets on a string. These ideas, they come and they go worldwide. It's got to the point where now, in Germany, parents get to decide at birth whether their child is a boy or a girl. And that's insane. The children should decide who they want to be. We're guardians, we're not controllers of our children. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Linda Mountain, and I just want everyone to know that I am here on my own board as a citizen union, and I'm not representing my board. So, I just want the school board members who are voting to rescind the general policy to know you're not alone. You are part of a silent majority. We don't need to be in your face threatening you or being loud. But we do vote, keep your heads high and know you're doing the right thing. School is for teaching. We as taxpayers pay your salaries to teach our kids math, English, reading, etc., to get our kids ready to go out to be something. We do not pay you to teach our kids sexual preferences. You need to allow parents to be parents. You should not be replacing your parents. You shouldn't be putting out policies that override what parents want for their children. Parents should always be notified. They should always know what's going on with their child. And keeping that from them is not the right thing to do. You are supposed to be examples. I know when I was in school, I loved my teachers. They were all good examples, and they all made us feel welcome. They didn't care what we were or what we did, but they were always good examples to us, and teachers need to get back into that, to be just something that the child can live by, because they are with you a good part of the day, especially, during school time. Just need to get back to the basics and know that these are just children, they're not adults, they're children. And we have to stop teaching them the things that are going on in schools today. And that's all I have to say. So you all have a good evening. Thanks. Good evening. My name is Representative Katrina Smith, and I represent District 62. I'm here to speak to you tonight on behalf of many of your constituents and people around the state. And I just wanted to start with thanking the school board members who voted to repeal this policy. I am in your seats, just like you, many times, and I appreciate your steadfastness in this issue. I, again, have heard from hundreds, if not thousands, of parents, children, grandparents, and constituents from this state. The people that tell me that this policy brings harm to their young women. Am I talking about physical harm? I am not speaking about physical harm this evening. What I'm speaking of is mental and emotional harm. Girls, and we are speaking here of girls, not adults. They want their privacy for their physical body. They want to change a tampon or speak with their girlfriends in a private space outside of the sound of a boy peeing in the stall next to them, or walking, or having one walk in on a vulnerable moment with a friend. Women have spent hundreds of years trying to find their voice and be respected for who they are. This policy undermines the strides that women have made in the triumph of teaching our young girls their inherent worth, the beauty that their bodies have. These girls are vulnerable. You may not think so in this day and age. A lot of them put on a strong face, but they are vulnerable, and it is our duty to protect them. Again, I'm talking about their emotions. These girls, we all know how teenage girls are or younger. They need our support. They need to be taught they're beautiful and they are safe. There's no mention in this policy of a medical diagnosis. We all need to keep in mind that the Supreme Court decision, or the main Supreme Court decision that is touted in this case, was for one child for a specific gender diagnosis. Without a specific gender dysphoria diagnosis, the main Supreme Court ruling that is used so often to affirm this policy, it does not support this policy. I plead with you to continue to repeal this policy. No good comes of it when we sacrifice our daughters for those who should have enough respect to acknowledge they should not be in a place that belongs to biological women. I am a feminist because I believe that girls have worth, and this policy, if it's allowed to continue, tells them they do not. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. I'm Ed Delator from Bristol. We're all here because we care about children. I think most of are, maybe some aren't, but I believe the board is here for that, and I am definitely here for that. I'm a father of 3, and a daughter, and we have to protect our children. We have to love all the children. And if a child believes something that is fanciful, we have to love that child. But we have to guide them correctly. We have to take care of all the children. And we have to keep them safe, mentally safe, as was said before, comfortable where they're out. In 1972, the Title IX was created to protect women's rights and to keep them safe, to keep them competitive. If this goes through, that takes that away. We need to, and I'm going to keep saying it over and over again, we need to care for everybody, but we cannot guide them in a fanciful manner. If a child wants to drive a car and he's 14 years old, they don't get to drive the car, but they feel like they can drive the car, but they can't. We have to make common sense decisions, and we have to actually care enough to say no, that's not right. And so I'm going to leave it as short as I can with that. Care enough to say no and do the right thing. Take care of those children, get them the help they need, but keep them out of the bathrooms, keep them off the sports teams, and they still get to go to the bathroom where they're supposed to go. The gender, ideology is sex, male or female. Where gender ideology came from, gender identity came from, it's an identity, it's how you feel, it's not reality. So I'll leave it at that. Care for them, please do the right thing, and take care of these kids. Thank you.
Tori Barrow, Colby Barrow, Justin Humes, Kristen Sims.
Hello, my name is Tori Barrow. I live in Warren. I have 3 currently enrolled children in the district, and my oldest is a graduate from Valley High School. At the last board meeting, 40 members of RSC 40's community spoke to keep policy ACAAA, transgender and gender expansive students. Less than 10 spoke against it. The community members who spoke in support of the policy included students, staff, teachers, and administrators from your district. The district you are supposed to represent. Policy BCA, Board Members Code of Ethics, states that the board members should welcome and encourage cooperation and participation by teachers, administrators, and other personnel in developing policies that affect their welfare and that of the students they serve. In deleting policy ACAA, you are directly going against this and other parts of the Code of Ethics. I think it's a little known fact, actually it's not anymore because someone else just said it, that the school board members do not represent the town that voted them in. School board members are responsible to the law. In deleting this policy, you are ignoring that law. It is your responsibility to provide a safe education for all the students in our district. I want to end today by voicing support for the students you are marginalizing. To the transgender and gender non-conforming students who are here or listening, please know that you are loved and supported. The hate may be loud, but the love is greater. 3 weeks ago, an estimated 150 people filled this gym, an overwhelming majority wore a trans flag sticker. Today, we gave out almost 200 trans flags to supporters. Don't let the others get you down. You are our future, and it is you who will change this world.
Well, my name is Colby Barrow. I am also from Warren, and I am the graduate of Medallic Valley High School that she just spoke of. I would first like to point out that on the Medallic Valley portion of the MS8040 website, it states this: our mission is to provide a safe and academically engaging environment that prepares students for lifelong learning, meaningful employment, civic responsibility, and global awareness in the 21st century. Deleting this policy does not support this mission. Upon deletion of this policy, the school board that is supposed to uphold this mission statement will be revoking the policy that protects us as a group, that protects a group of students and keeps our schools safe for them to attend. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Justin Humes. I live in Warren. I believe that the 8-7 vote on May 16th to delete this policy was not actually representative of the feelings of this community. If it was, I believe that vote would have been 13-2 to delete this policy. Half of this board appears to be out of touch with the townspeople of this district. Organized groups may have been able to drum up a bunch of people to make noise and give testimony at the last meeting, as was just mentioned, but that noise does not represent the feelings and sentiments of our towns. I'd like to give 4 quick examples. Number 1, please recall how many of the board here, or no longer here, were in favor of an $81 million bond last year. That got voted down by every single town by a huge margin, like 75% voting it down. Example 2, there was a petition the year before to remove a completely inappropriate book from the library. I have personally spoken with some of the people who gathered signatures for that petition. By just going down roads, knocking on doors, these people quickly and easily gathered almost 1,000 signatures finding that 8 or 9 out of every 10 people that they spoke to were not just willing to sign that petition, but eager to. What did the board do? They voted to keep it. Example 3, a former board member spoke last time against deleting this policy. She did not retire. She was defeated in that election last year by a 2-to-1 margin by a current board member who happens to be voting to delete the policy. Example 4, another resident has been quite busy lately writing letters to local newspapers, emails to board members against deleting the policy. He also ran for school board last year and was defeated by a current board member who is in favor of deleting this policy. I'm sorry, folks, the people of our towns are telling you all, loud and clear, what they feel. If the composition of this board appears to be changing around you, hopefully now maybe you're starting to understand why. Contrary to what some folks have said here recently, the school board is the only means that we, the taxpayers, have of having any kind of oversight for where the millions of dollars of our tax money goes. Millions of dollars. We have no other oversight. This is it. That's your job. Yes, you have to follow the law, but yes, you do represent the people of your towns. That's your job. I'm telling you, this policy is not supported by the people in these towns. It is not. Please do what's right and vote to repeal it.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Sims. I teach science at Meeting Middle School. I just have a few points to make. First, as I've already said, I teach science. The assertion that only binary male and female exist is simply not science. All people are entitled to their beliefs, but not to impose beliefs on others. Public schools are secular government and educational institutions. As such, policy decisions ought to be based on evidence, research, and objective reality. Second point, during negotiations and during association meetings with Mr. Nolan, we've spent considerable time discussing attracting and retaining educators. This is an issue that is facing districts all across the nation. I can tell you that we got very lucky at Meeting Middle School when we hired my teammate, Amelia Winters. You'll be hearing from them later. They have been an asset to our team, our school, and our community. They're collaborative, skilled, energetic, and empathetic. We need them to stay and feel safe, supported, and valued. Leaving this policy in place harms no one. It's a policy to guide teachers and administrators in following the law. We'll still need to follow the law. Having a policy in place is recommended by the Maine DOE, the Maine Principals Association, the Maine Education Association, and the policy in question was crafted by the legal team that advises this board. Removing it does not remove the protection of the law. Removing it is merely a gesture. Removing it sends a clear, regressive, and chilling message.
Ren Davis, Sarah Davis, JJ Blackman, Paul Minerton.
My name is Ren Davis. My pronouns are they, them. I'm from Hillsborough. I go to Meeting High School. You might remember me from last meeting. I'm upset to have to be here again, trying to talk out of this again. I'm glad to see that people like me have community from Michelle last meeting and all those in favor of keeping this policy. Now, I know that we have had a few people against keeping the policy. I just want to say one thing to those people. Do I look threatening to you? Do I look like I would do something to someone? I'm just trying to go to school now. I'm not trying to push my beliefs on anyone. I'm just trying to live. We're just trying to live. Trans people aren't dangerous. You're just close-minded. And when I say you, I mean the people here tonight that think it's okay to belittle someone because of what they did in the past, especially children. You say that we are dangerous to other kids and that we need to go to the bathroom that was assigned to our sex. And how about this? No matter what you say, we won't. We are strong, we are here, and we aren't leaving. Thank you, stay safe, everyone.
My name is Sarah Davis. I'm a resident of Waldeboro, and I'm a parent, a very, very proud parent of a transgender student at Medomic Valley High School. And tonight I'm going to use my loud and clear voice. I spoke at the last meeting asking that you keep the transgender and gender expansive policy to help protect my child. As a parent, I've been so upset about our voices not being enough to protect them. But a very wise person reminded me last night that I don't have to give you any more of me. So what I will say is that I, as well as other voters, will remember how you vote tonight on Tuesday.
Melvin, I will tell them. It's going up, they're not listening.
Jacob Blackman, born Maine. People I've talked to in this community and people I know who have talked to people in this community have said and have shown that a majority of communities in the five towns do not support this policy. As a board, your job is to represent the community and the towns that you represent. If you are voting in a way that does not make a good representation of those communities, then you're not doing your job as a board. I also want to say, as I walked in, I heard somebody saying that so the bathroom of your sex is what should be used. It is not so much it is more that this will be taken advantage of by others if the policy is passed, because anyone could go into any bathroom they want. Right now, as it is, or how it should be, there is a standard as to who goes into a bathroom. When you mess that up, that is where the problem comes in. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Anderson, and I'm a resident of Warren. 80 years ago today, the largest amphibious assault in history occurred as the Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy, France. The Allied countries were united to defeat Nazi Germany. They were united in their desire to end the oppression and stop the spread of evil that was Nazi Germany. They were united in their battle to defeat fascism and maybe save the world. Any reasonable person could see that there weren't good people on both sides. Or were there? Surely there were many residents that had been swept up in the fascist furor that had taken over the country. Surely there were many that, once the evil was expunged from power, came to reflect on the atrocities that were committed by their country, their neighbors, their families, or even themselves. Surely even Nazis still had, perhaps buried deep inside, the capacity for empathy, the capacity to put themselves in the shoes of someone else. Perhaps they had the capacity to imagine what had been done to so many people that didn't meet the Nazi view of what was acceptable. Perhaps they had the capacity to regret what had been done and take steps to right the wrongs. I share this not to suggest that anyone here is a Nazi. Any reasonable person can see that our forebears fought that battle already, and that there's no place in society now for the bigotry and fascism of that time. Any reasonable person can see that the world, the United States, Maine, the towns that make up our rural school district are all better off for the diversity of people, thoughts, and ideas that have been able to thrive since that time. We're all human. You, me, everyone gathered here tonight.
As humans, we have a need for community, and we are gathered here as a community. We don't all have the same values, we don't all hold the same things sacred, but I'd like to believe that we are all here because we cherish the children of our community and want what is best for them. I think keeping this policy in place is the best interest of our children, our transgender children, our cisgender children, all of our children. I know that not everyone agrees with that perspective, and last month's board meeting demonstrated, despite overwhelming public comment in support of the policy, the school board did not support keeping the policy in place. Perhaps, upon reflection over the past month, you found the capacity to walk in the shoes of the people who will be hurt by deleting this policy.
30 seconds.
Perhaps you have the capacity to regret your vote and tonight will right the wrongs. Perhaps you can take the steps to create a safe community for students here. Please keep this policy in place. Thank you.
Liam Smith, Robert Smith, Tanya Madden, Clara Fred.
Good evening, my name is Liam Smith. I'm a graduating senior at Madonna Valley High School and a registered voter. I'm here today to ask you to keep policy C-triple-N. During the last school board meeting, the students, teachers, and administration of RSU 40 begged you to keep this policy. A policy that guides the school in following state law when it comes to protecting transgender and gender-expansive students. A group that is disproportionately the target of violence and hate crime throughout this country. Following the last school board meeting, there was a considerable increase in anti-LGBTQ+ harassment and rhetoric at MVHS. This policy protects students' rights to have the basic necessities and facilities that are required to learn safely in school. If the intention of attempting to delete this policy is to remove trans and gender-expansive kids' right to facilities that align with their gender, you are calling for the breaking of the law. But I know that you are aware of all of this. When members of the school board have personal affiliations with a white supremacist, bigotry espousing talking head, like former state rep Larry Locken, and engage online with groups that have been classified as hate organizations by the Southern Poverty Law Center, their motives become perfectly clear. The school board is not the place for you to die on a hill, fighting for scraps of authority in a world that doesn't value your lonely hatred anymore. I know who I'll be voting for this Tuesday. Thank you.
My name is Robert Smith. I'm a resident of Walboro and father of 3 children in the RSU 40 school system. I'm glad I'm not the only one here who remembers what happened 80 years ago on this day, when 24,000 Allied troops landed on the beaches of Normandy to begin the long, bloody struggle to free Europe from the grip of Nazi fascism. Present that day was a young Coast Guardman from Lubeck, as part of the naval bombardment of what the USS Ramsden. My grandfather, Ralph Monroe, was lucky enough to come back from that war, even after he re-enlisted for Pacific duty after VE Day. To be honest, I believe that sometimes he wondered if those who didn't come back might have been the lucky ones. He would struggle the rest of his life with shrapnel injuries, with alcoholism, and what we would now understand as post-traumatic stress. But what he never doubted was the cause of freedom for which he had served and sacrificed so much. As those who study history will know, when the Nazis came to power in 1932, one of the tools they devised to turn their citizens against one another was to declare homosexuality and transgenderism as dangerous and unpatriotic. They recharacterized gender variance as a mental illness, leading to harassment, criminalization, imprisonment, and eventual mass murder of anyone suspected of being transgender. But of course, it didn't start with gas chambers. It started with the dehumanizing language that paints a particular group of people as less than human, and then the incitement to violence through fear of the other. So here we are, 80 years later, as members of this board are drawing inspiration from recognized hate groups to use the exact same language to characterize gender-variant students as mentally ill, while political extremists like Larry Lockman are celebrating the board's actions as they attempt to walk us down the same path of demonization. Lockman recently wrote his supporters, "Persistence pays, just ask Melvin Williams, who was elected to the RSU 40 school board in 2017. At the time, Melvin was the lone voice in favor of protecting students from the dangerous and demented gender ideology that is now the rule in Maine's government-run schools." I honestly can't imagine anything more insulting to the memory of my grandfather and all those who gave so much for our freedoms than this board trying to take those basic freedoms away from our children by denying them the freedom to express who they are. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tanya Ben. I live in Union. I have a child in this district. I'm very concerned regarding his education, safety, and well-being as a straight Christian male by birth who identifies as such. I am speaking tonight requesting that you, the board, school board, rescind the ACAA policy. For centuries, we have lived in a great country with a great constitution. The court rules that parents have the constitutional right under the 14th Amendment to direct their children's education as well as their moral development. Neither the United States nor any state shall infringe the rights of a child under parental care. Parents are given parental rights by legalization of a child via birth certificate. Parental rights are included in the First Amendment. All the pushing on non-constitutional narratives and policy change for some imposes negative and unfair equality for others. If a child wants to assign themselves with the opposite gender for which they were legally born, it still needs, in my opinion, parental consent and a medical note. It is not for the school, the staff, the superintendent to choose or make a plan using guidelines of this policy. I have taught my child to be respectful to all walks of life, respectful to his classmates, respectful to his teachers, respectful to his classroom, respectful to his coaches, and always being aware of the memory his behavior will leave others with. I have also raised my son to be a Christian. As a Christian in a public school, my child is shunned for privately praying before eating. My child is teased for believing in God. I don't encourage my beliefs or push an agenda on other individuals to be a Christian or to pray to God, but those are the beliefs of my family. Even though my son deals with this at school, I still encourage him to pray and take pride in his faith and to respect others for the choices they make in their lives.
30 seconds.
I am concerned for boys, men, dressing and undressing, showering and using bathrooms labeled specifically for females and vice versa. I am concerned that we have become an intolerant culture in the school, a culture of disrespect, a culture that allows kids to go to school and choose to be pets, a culture that allows entitlement. I am concerned that these kids receive I'm concerned for the kids that receive a guided plan that if any school should change their mind, we will be responsible. Thank you.
Clarify. Susan Hamill, Letitia Brundage, Reverend Patty Fox, Sarah Reynolds.
Good evening. I'm the Reverend Patty Fox, Associate Minister at the First Congregational Church of Camden. I'm also a resident of Union, Maine. I greet you in the name of God, compassion and justice. As a minister in the United Church of Christ, I want every transgender or non-binary person to know this. You are beloved by God, by the God that I know, and that your gender identity or expression is God's gift to you and to the world. You must remember that no earthly power, not even a school board, can separate you from God's love. Removing a policy that would protect trans kids serves to stigmatize them and shame them for simply wishing to live their lives with integrity. And the cost of mental suffering is egregious. I honor the courage of the trans and non-binary kids in this district, and I will speak on their behalf as long as others threaten their dignity and worth. I cannot be silent while trans and non-binary youth and their parents are neglected by the elimination of a policy that reduces bullying, harassment, and discrimination. As a resident, as a human being, as a parent, I request that the board vote in favor of keeping policy AC AAA. Thank you.
I am Sarah Reynolds. I'm a resident of Union. And I'm here speaking particularly as a person of faith, because the God I know said to me, you must use your privilege on behalf of others less able to speak up. And you tell them that I love them, every single one of them. Tell them that I am always on the side of the oppressed, the outcast, the powerless. Tell them there is no quenching the infinite variety of my creating spirit. So I want to say here in this Pride Month, every single child in our schools has a right to the protection of teachers and administrators and a right to feel proud of who they are. Know that you are lovable and loved just as you are. And I'm afraid that if this repeal effort succeeds, it won't stop there. After transgender kids, the next to lose their protections might be lesbian, gay, and bisexual kids, and kids whose families aren't Christian, or who were born in another country, or kids who aren't white. Next will be a move to make it easier to remove books from school libraries. Teach only those parts of American history that make us proud, not the parts of which we are rightfully ashamed. This has happened in other parts of this country. Fear is on the move around the world, across our country, and in this school district. And let me tell you something about fear. Fear is often a liar. It tells us there are monsters, where in reality there are only fellow human beings, children. Fear is the force behind efforts to scapegoat those who are already marginalized. Please, board members, search your hearts and your consciences before allowing fear to tell you how to vote. Thank you.
Hi, I spoke at the last meeting. My name is Letitia Brundage. I'm a parent of 2 kids in the district. And can I just make a request? I see a lot of board members looking at their phones and taking them out. It's really scary to come up here and talk. So if you wouldn't mind not doing that and just paying attention, because this is important. Thank you. I want to speak mostly to the students here, all of the students. There will be a time, I hope, when you are able to see and experience more of this world. When you will realize that our world, including you, is, to quote the writer Luke, far too lovely, far too complicated, and far too exquisite to be explained by language. Again, you are part of this world. And you are part of a group of people that have always existed and will always exist. A group that gives this world a layer of beauty that is beyond anything we could describe through words. Your beauty is so great and magnificent, in fact, that it makes others afraid. They were not taught that being yourself, your real self, was a good thing. They were taught and conditioned to hide in rigid boxes, trapped by limiting and hateful beliefs filled with fear, under the illusion that it would keep them safe. You, my dears, are the brave ones, the mature ones. The ones who know that humans and the rest of this world are not meant for boxes. We are meant to grow and learn, to be kind and connect, to embrace diversity, not shun it. Diversity is part of what makes this universe so amazing. Please don't let this small group of humans filled with confusion and fear take away your beautiful and divine right to not only exist, but to thrive. To those present who are trying to control these beautiful, brave, and honest kids, it is hard to face the truth. It is hard, not impossible, but hard to accept perhaps that the love of your family and friends has been conditional. I hope you learn to love your true self, the self that is kind, compassionate, and open-minded.
30 seconds.
I know it is in there, waiting to be found. When you do, the brave ones will still be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Susan Hamel, I'm from Washington. I have a student entering her senior year next year. And here we are, Pride Month, and you're trying to take rights away. It's scary, but we're here again. The vote was close last time, not quite close enough. I know there's a couple of you that there's no way in hell will ever sway your vote, but I do hope that there's some of you that thought last month and thought about the students, and that's what we hear about, the students and their education. I don't care what your religion is, leave it at the door. We're here about education, we're here about the kids. I was here the last meeting and I heard God, and I heard God, and I heard God, and all these different comments about how it's not natural, it's not normal. We hear about education, we hear about the safety of these kids. There are some board members that touted that this is just a redundant policy, that we don't need it because other laws cover it all. When in truth, that's not quite the case. There are things that can change if this is repealed. Nobody has said that there's any reason to get rid of this policy other than the redundancy. I'm talking about you board members. No board member has come up with a reason to get rid of it other than its redundancy, at least not when I'm here. What will you change? Has anyone said? What will the plans be if this is deleted? If bathrooms are the issue, make more gender-neutral bathrooms. The high school has 2. These students are missing out on education time because they don't have a bathroom close enough to their classroom. They're missing classroom time if that's the bathroom you want them to use. And for the board member that had some fear for the granddaughter because she never saw her penis until she was at whatever age, and she's afraid that her granddaughter will be exposed.
30 seconds.
Do you really think a trans student is going to go into the girls' room and show off what they really wish they didn't have? Thank you for your time.
Lily Rogers, Ryu Myersman, Rachel Wilcox, Paula Sutton.
Hello, my name is Lily Rogers and I'm a resident of Warren. I graduated here last year. First First, I want to thank everybody who has the bravery to speak tonight in support of the ACCAA policy. I'm here to support the policy as well and to remind you of your job. First and foremost, your job is to follow the law. It seems as though most people here agree that the policy upholds the law, so we're good there. However, for half of you, that doesn't seem to be enough reason to keep it in place. After following the law, your job is assigned by the school. As a school board member, you are expected to uphold the school's values and mission statement. The school district boasts that our mission is to graduate all students with the knowledge, skills, and understandings needed for the success in the 21st century. Part of living in the 21st century is living with laws that protect trans people and make them visible. Even if it wasn't the case in the 20th century, trans people are a part of our world now and deserve the same respect and human rights as everyone else. Directly under the mission statement on the school website, there is a list of values. The first one is to ensure the safety and well-being of all students and staff. You claim that nothing will change if this policy is deleted because students are still protected under the law. But that fails to take into account the social fallout of the deletion. As many people at this meeting and the previous one have pointed out, this policy tells trans students that they are at the very least acknowledged. Deleting it, however, will tell both trans and cis students that trans students aren't valued. This jeopardizes the safety of trans students at the school and goes against the school values. I've also heard concerns that having a transgender policy in place is discriminatory toward other groups in the school. I would like to point out that there's a policy specifically in place to protect these students because there are other students at the school whose actions and words specifically target trans students. Trans students are at a particular risk of bullying and therefore are in particular need of protection. This ties directly into another school value, provide students with extra help when they need it. These students need extra help. They need extra protection against bullying. You have a job as a school board member. I strongly encourage you not to impose your religious beliefs or any beliefs that conflict with the law or the school values. Because public schools are a governmental institution, the establishment clause of the First Amendment applies. I will quote the Constitution. This prohibits the establishment of organized religion by the government. This means you cannot justify school policies or the deletion of policies simply because it conflicts with your religion. That is unconstitutional. So I ask you, please do your job. Follow the law. Time's up. Strive for school values. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rio Minersman. I live in town of Warren. I stand here today as a registered voter and a soon-to-be high school graduate. Before I begin, I would like to say happy Pride to everybody. I'm here today because the transgender and gender expansive student policy needs to stay active in our Seacoast School District. To the school board members who voted to delete this policy, know that you are personally responsible for the increase in bullying and harassment at school that followed the last meeting and will most likely follow this one. Your job is to represent and uphold the rights of every single student in the district. That is not what you are doing. You are not listening to your students. If you think that deleting this policy will protect children, you are very wrong. We, the students, have asked you to respect us and represent us. Instead, you are endangering our peers, passing down the acceptance of bigotry, and taking away support for school staff. You are not listening to us. Your argument is that God is stringent with his love. Your argument is that bathrooms are the breeding ground for assault. Your arguments are that your invented ideology is that they will save the youth from an epidemic of really knowing themselves. You are playing a political game and making the students see your collateral damage. How dare you? Your beliefs about this policy and some students' behavior at school are making teenagers terrified. I don't believe that any of you will change your vote, and as is very disheartening for many people. I could have come to you and asked for a change of heart. I could have yelled and shouted and pointed out how awful this situation is for queer students. Instead, I'm just disappointed. You, the school board, are supposed to be the responsible adults that make decisions in the best interest of the children. Instead, my peers and I are staying out late so we can try to convince you that all children's lives are valuable and that their safety is worth defending. Please do not push your agenda to the point that children get hurt. Have a good night.
Good evening. My name is Paula Sutton from Warren. Chairman Johnson, committee members, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight and for your time serving on the board. I know it's a commitment out of your private life and that it's a service to the community, and I appreciate that. I truly do. In this room is a huge group of people who care about our children. We wouldn't be here if we all didn't care. That is the ultimate qualification to weigh in on every issue that touches our children. And no one is more of an expert on a child than the child's parent. And no one has a greater right, authority, or responsibility for a child than their parent. This is one of the most politically charged issues in the nation, and it ought to be. These are our children. The stakes could not be any higher. This transgender policy, which needs to be repealed, was passed without full consideration for the safety of all of the students. Putting the gender issue aside, we've had enough talk about gender. From my perspective, this policy egregiously creates a whole new broad gray area for all staff members to infringe upon a parent's fundamental rights to their child. And it also mandates free speech. It mandates speech to violate the First Amendment. There's been very little talk about the First Amendment here tonight. Representative Trina Smith brought that point up earlier. I want to echo that concern. This policy, if you've actually read it, is 5 pages, and it says what you must say to other people. It mandates speech. That is a violation of our First Amendment rights. Eliminating this policy is an advisable step to help reduce potential harm to the girls in the locker rooms that are unable to shield their private parts from viewing by members of the opposite sex. Our daughters have a right to privacy, which should not be violated by this unlikely, unconstitutional, and short-sighted school policy. I thank you for your time. Good evening.
My name is Rachel Wilcox, and I live in Union with my husband and 2 children. As a parent, I have a lot of worries for my kids. On that list, a trans student using the bathroom they most identify with doesn't make the cut. I've worked as a primary care pediatric nurse practitioner in the community for almost 15 years. It is very true that our girls are being assaulted. However, it's not at the hands of trans youth simply trying to use the bathroom at school. It's happening in stairwells, parking lots, in their homes, at social gatherings. There is no need for someone to access the girls' bathroom under the guise of being trans, because we've shown the Brock Turners of the world that they can rape them in the alley and it's just boys being boys. I would be remiss if I did not mention that our boys are also victims of assault. They are assaulted by peers, relatives, and those that fear them for being different. I'd like to address parental rights. Parents have the right to send their children to whatever school they prefer, private school, religious school, homeschool. If there is a set of beliefs that is important for your family that you feel threatened in a public school, I urge you to educate your children where you feel most comfortable. Parents also have the right to request that their children not be able to check out certain material from the library or be excused from certain aspects of the curriculum. You absolutely get to make those decisions for your own family. However, your rights stop where mine begin. I would like my children to be supported and encouraged to be their true, authentic selves, both at home and at school. If one of my children were to require the use of the policy in question, it is within my parental rights that they have access to those protections in a clear and transparent process. As parents, we have visions of who our children will be from the moment they're born. When their identities are different than what we expect, that can cause fear, concern, confusion. I will never understand how a parent could disown, verbally, physically abuse, or attempt to deny their child's identity, but that happens, often. You may not understand why or how someone identifies as trans. It's actually not relevant at all. What you need to understand is that this country was founded on the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for everyone, not just the people we understand. 86% of trans youth report feeling suicidal. 56% of trans youth have made a suicide attempt. The reality is, like it or not, one of those kids will be yours. What message do you send them? Is it one of unconditional love? The trans kids that I have had the pleasure of knowing want one of the hardest tasks there is, showing up every day simply trying to be themselves in a world that tells them they don't belong. Why do we need an outline policy like this when it requires it, and the law requires it anyway? The very fact that we are having this discussion is why we need it. Our society has shown us that trans and gender nonconforming students are at higher risk than their peers. Fair is not always equal. Your role in the school board is to not vote your morals or religious ideals. Your role on the school board is to embrace policies that demonstrate care and concern for educating the youth of our community. And you are going to do just that.
Penny Gunning, Eric Roman, Dave Aho, John Owen Weber.
Good evening. My name is Owen Weber and I live in Union. I graduated from the MVHS class 2022, used to serve on this board as a student representative, and am currently employed by the district as a substitute teacher. As a student, I didn't think much about what policy ACAAA meant for my friends and peers. It never caused any problems, provided administrators and teachers with clear guidance on carrying out the law. As a college student in Connecticut, I think about my university's policies on transgender and gender-expansive students even less. My friends at school who benefit from such policies do not need to be concerned that one day their place of study will begin making every effort to prevent them from expressing themselves in a way that is most comfortable. Returning home while on break from school has become increasingly concerning after every term. Before my first semester in college was even over, students of this district came together to fight a proposed vote ban. Now, just 3 terms later, they are coming together to fight for the right to have clear policies in place outlining what provisions Maine state law grants them. It is not difficult to see how such local disputes impact those who already live in the area, as over 100 people attend these meetings to let their voices be heard. However, what is to be said of recent graduates, such as myself, who have now become disenchanted with the idea of returning to their hometown following their higher education, who do not want to return to a community which is set on a path of exclusion as this board did on May 16th. As an employee, I'm honestly embarrassed to work for a district who is so bold to make decisions against the public such as these. In fact, as someone pursuing a certificate in education studies and a bachelor's in mathematics, I once loved the idea of coming back to this area to seek employment, remaining close to the town I grew up in, and staying closely connected with my family. However, with my stances on diversity, equity, and inclusion being at such great odds with the recent decisions and proposals of this board, I am beginning to feel less and less welcome as each year passes. And how will the rest of today's students and graduates feel if this board so confidently ignores their fervently expressed desires? How can anyone feel inclined to be a part of a community that refuses to let them feel heard? The board's code of ethics calls upon each member to put students first in every decision they make. And if members of this board continue to fail to do so, no student will feel seen. And it will only be a matter of time before more alumni like myself decide to leave their hometowns behind. This second read is the perfect opportunity for this board to begin regaining the trust of the students of this district and to make everyone feel welcome. You say you all have no hate in your hearts, prove it. Vote tonight to keep policy ACAAA before it's too late. My comments are respectfully submitted.
Yes, thank you. Right there. Yes, okay. I don't have my phone with my pictures of it alone, so I'm going to use that. Yeah, go ahead. I can go
Good evening, my name is Penny Gunning, and I'm here visiting for the second time after a great disappointment in your last vote. Please, these are our children.
in all that they are becoming, exploring, learning, developing their skills. And they must have the safety to learn and the safety to become curious about their own lives, about themselves, and the changes that they may engage in, and to be curious about others. And I would ask of you all a request. Become curious. Become curious and get to know these young people. Become curious about what their values and their beliefs are. They want to be as good as you have wanted to be. As good as you and I have always wanted to be. I have been curious much of my life about other people. I'm 81. I've traveled in the world, a variety of places and cultures. I've worked in corporate America with people with different values, different gender identities, different lives, people who lived in the closet. And I've asked them what that life was like. I'm deeply saddened because of the mind and the energy and the creativity of those people that I talked with who were hiding in fear. They would lose their job, they would be beaten up, they would be in prison. And these are different cultures as well as our own. Have compassion. Please become curious about all the differences that are so manifested in the courage of these young people who manifest the creativity, the imagination, the courage,
30 seconds.
the bravado, to become who they want to be, exploring many differences. Please become curious about all these differences and become comfortable with them as a result.
In the US, 80% of transgender, 86%, oh, sorry. My name's Carlo, I'm from Warren. In the US, 80% of trans individuals have considered or attempted suicide. In Maine, 48% of them have done the same. Without the support from this district specifically, I don't believe I'd be standing here speaking to all of you tonight. If Madonna Middle School did not let me go by my chosen name and pronouns when I wanted to, my parents would have never found out who I was. The goal of this policy was never to help students hide their identity from their parents. It was to help them find safe ways to tell them, as well as help students find safe ways to be themselves. This policy is single-handedly the main reason I and many others are able to speak to you tonight. As I have said in the past, removing trans literature and policies does not remove trans students, just their protection. Policies that provide comfort and safety are suicide prevention. If you vote to remove this policy, I hope you are prepared to deal with the youth blood on your hands.
Reluctant to move forward, but only one page. My name is David Powell, and I live in Warren, and I've had 3 kids go through this system of the MSAD 40, or RSU 40, and I have 2 grandchildren now. I'm a veteran of sponsorship in the country in a bloody civil war. The freedom I most, and the freedom I and most of us believed was to stop the spread of communism for Vietnam and ultimately the free world. Freedom was not without a cost. 58,430 of my brothers and sisters did not return. I'm adamantly opposed to anyone who has a different opinion of that war. And at the same time, I'm adamantly opposed. I adamantly support the freedom it had that opinion and say it. 16-year-old Bobby Moore of Renton, Washington said it so well. Wherever, whether or not you hate or disagree with what I'm about to say, you must support my right to say it. As a Christian, I have learned that the two most important commandments are to hold no other God before me, and I have no shame to say the word God, and to love and treat my neighbor as I wish to be treated. I have many friends who are transgender men and women, families, I've seen some here tonight, with trans children, and also numerous friends who are gay, lesbian, and bisexual. No judgment of them as a human that I care very much for. I recently lost to cancer a dear transgendered man. The last time I saw him a few hours before I died, he died. I kissed her on the forehead and said, I love you. This, to me, is not about transgenderism. I'm sorry to bore you with my long background. So here's my opinion on this unnecessary policy. The Maine Human Rights Act prohibits discrimination because of race, color,
30 seconds.
sexual orientation, age, physical or mental disability, genetic predisposition, religion, ancestry, or national origin. I fall under 2 or 3 of these categories. I do not need a special category or a special policy to say what I'm free from. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I hope. This probably could take.
Time is up. Time is up. Thank you.
Antina Gould, Chloe Maxim, Peter Emerson, and maybe a Will with a capital M, Joel Burrow. Hello, I am Antina Gould, my pronouns are they, them. I live in Washington, Maine, and I am the current Madomic Middle School librarian. My time will not be used to discuss the repercussions that come from deleting the transgender policy. Instead, I would ask to like the I would like to ask the members in favor of removal one question. Why? Why are you going through all this effort to remove a policy that would change nothing? Trans students are protected and granted the same rights in Title IX as they are in ACAAA. Knowing this, your efforts are more of an attack on the inclusive language than of the policy itself. So why? Why cause fear and panic in children who are only trying to receive an education, go on field trips, and make friends? I will make this short and I leave you with 2 things. 1, your efforts are futile. My community stands with these kids and we protect them as well as the law. So why try to change something that you cannot? Finally, I would like to request that when the time comes, the vote be made by a roll call, similar to the May 15th vote. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Chloe Maxson. I live in Warren. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. I grew up in Noblesboro. I used to be in the Maine State Senate and I had the great honor of representing Walterboro in Washington. During my campaigns, I knocked on over 20,000 doors in our communities, and I think about 2,000 of those were Democrats. That means I knocked on 18,000 doors of folks who some might say I have nothing in common with. But I found out that I have so much in common with folks in my community, and I now have the blessing of working with rural candidates across the country to help them bridge divides in their broken rural spaces. I feel like I know this community really well, and the key mentors of my childhood, the people who raised me, they're all Republicans. And I really see my role in this world as someone who builds bridges, especially in rural spaces, because we all deserve to thrive.
I also come understanding the patience that it takes for y'all to sit here tonight through all of this public hearing. I know that being an elected official is one of the most thankless jobs out there, and I know it's not easy, so my gratitude is really with all of you this evening. Most importantly, I know that it's really hard to change your mind when there is a lot of pressure and attention on you. But I have seen people change their minds in situations like this, and it usually comes from a message of hope, love, and unity. I'm not saying that I have this message, but I think all of the brave students who have come to tell you their stories are sharing this message with you. And that's really how I was raised in this community, not around divisiveness, but around our common care for rural Maine. And I know at the core that we are more than the divisiveness that seems to be dominating our community today. And from my view, this process has really only served to target all of the students who have come before you, and many who are not here, who are simply trying to live in our beautiful community when they're told by our society that it shouldn't exist. I believe that there is enough creativity and care in this room to find a path forward. Instead of eliminating this policy, please keep it in place and embark on a braver journey of understanding how all students, especially trans and gender expansive students, can thrive. It's a challenge that I want to pose to you. Can we ensure that students can thrive without pitting ourselves against each other? There really is only one way to find out. I believe that our roots are more united than we think, and I hope that we can rise above to show up with kindness, compassion, and understanding. I've seen it work in Augusta, which is a pretty brutal place, and I've seen it work on porches all across Midcoast Maine when I've talked with my neighbors, and I hope it can work here tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm William Manor. I'm a registered voter in Nobleboro. I'm a father. I have 2 children and a grandchild. And I represent the silent majority. I'm happy to see that many of the constituents and the those that represent the voting majority in this area here have been able to voice their concern, especially the concerns of the parents having the ultimate right to raise their children and to not have the village or have the school mandate to their children as far as how everybody should be growing up as a child. The child is impressionable. If you can't drive a car until you're 16, then how can you make decisions concerning something that is irreversible and it's actually going to be something that you really weren't cognizant of, at that impressionable time. Laura Ingalls Wilder, she wrote a book called Little House on the Prairie, and she, had a nuclear family. And of course, Mike Landon plays the father. He's a man of good character. He's kind. He's a strong father. He's, a great husband. And these kinds of role models have disappeared in our culture. We live in an ideological time where we're tearing each other apart. You folks are very passionate, it's like a religion. You folks are very passionate, you have a religion. So you have this ideological warfare taking place. And yet I'm the one that I feel I'm being bullied. That's why I'm so nervous right now, because I'm the one that's been called a racist. I've been the one that's been called a Nazi. I've been the homophobe, the transphobe, the transphobe. So there's a lot of power and a lot of influence coming from the government, from the corporations, from Big Pharma, from Obamacare, causing gender affirming care. This is when this became such a huge problem. That's why we're here right now. And I would just say that I think we're doing the right thing in following the voice of the people, we the people.
Time is up. Thank you.
Peter Everton, Steve Hart, Karen Wellman, Reverend Marty Hella.
I think Peter left.
Good evening. My name is Steve Hart. I live in Walpole. I'm a father of 3 girls, strong girls, a grandson, and a granddaughter. First of all, I want to thank the 8 school board members for voting to rescind policy ACCCA in the last meeting. In that meeting, you were insulted, mocked, and often shamed for your stand. But you held firm, and I applaud you for that. And not just me, like Josh here, who's gone out into the Warren community and getting feedback from them. I've been doing likewise in Marlboro. And the vast majority of people that I have talked to fully support your decision to remove this policy. And this policy, this past December, the Augusta Board of Education voted to remove their ACCCA policy. So you're not crazy, you're not evil, and you're definitely not alone. Myself and many others thank you for standing strong. We want all students to be treated equally, equal rights for all, whether it be a trans student or a biologically cisgender female student or a biologically female athlete, like we talked about in the last meeting, and the rights of parents and students in this district to be protected. As the last point, section B on page 2 of this policy transfers parental rights to the school administration. In effect, their authority, the administration's authority, now supersedes those of the parents. Back in the day, my mother worked tirelessly beside Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem to get the original Title IX into law in 1972. As a matter of fact, if you read a press release from the National Organization of Women from the late 60s or early 70s, it was probably written by my mother. They fought hard for women's right to privacy. Well, this ACCCA, with this ACCCA, that right is gone. I know you, Randy, tried to modify ACCCA when it came up last year along these lines, but your proposal got shot down. I hope that going forward that a new ACCCA will give equal rights for all. My comments are respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Karen Wellman from Marlboro, and I would agree with this policy. I have a grandson. Do I want girls undressing and stuff in front of him, or vice versa? Boys undressing in front of girls? Is that right? To me, that's very evil. You're having for sexual misconduct. In Virginia, they have a raping of a girl, and then they got rid of the boy out of school and put him in a different school, and he went to a different school and raped another girl. So who's to say that these males are here just to see who they can score with? That's it.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Marty Pebble. I live in Camden. I serve as the minister of First Universalist Church of Rock. We have families in our congregation whose students attend school in this district. As a pastor, as a former teacher, as
as a child of a loving God, and as a gender nonconforming person, this seems very simple. I know that I want to believe that everyone involved in education wants every student to thrive. And part of that is feeling safe. And I speak as someone who never felt safe 1 minute or 1 day once I was old enough to understand who I was. It doesn't have to be that way. We can care for our children, every single child. There have always been trans kids who may not have had the language, but they've always existed. There will always be trans kids. We can choose to keep them safe, and this policy does that. Please keep it in place. Thank you.
I'm having a hard time with the first name, but the last name is Sedgwick from Jefferson. I've got Lydia Short, Justin D. Berry, Skip Ian.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this tonight. I was at the previous meeting and I heard pretty much all the testimony that.
If you could just say your name and the town you're from, please.
My name's Sedgwick, I'm from Jefferson. Anyway, what I was trying to say is, we heard a lot of testimony that night. We're hearing a lot more tonight. A lot of it's similar. I think that I just want to encourage the board to continue on the road to repeal this policy. You did it 3 weeks ago. You talked it through. We heard you all. I don't think things have really changed much in terms of where people are. There's no new information. I would say in the news, if you just went on the news every day, you'd find someplace in this country where other schools have this type of policy where it's not working as much as people would like it to work. So I just encourage you to continue on this track to repeal it tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi there, thanks for having us again. Lydia Short, I'm the social worker at the Meeting-06 Middle School in Waldeboro. She, her pronouns. I just wanted to let you know again that it would be really super if you could keep this transgender, gender expansive policy in place because it really helps us do our job on the ground every day. It's a valuable tool that we use to get the work done for the students that we work with. I'll just put out here. Trans students and trans staff exist, whether or not we have this policy. So there's that. My job is to work with the students and staff at my school. There's that, so we have to put these two things together. The other piece is that one of your roles is to provide staff with some specific direction on how to carry out the mandates that we have. Mandates are not point out thing. And so please help me do my job as I work with the students at Meeting-06 Middle School. Deleting the policy isn't going to delete the students that I work with who identify as trans or trans. Right, so they're still going to be there. Deleting the policy will send a message, I believe. I don't know if this is what you need to do. That you deleting the policy and proposing to delete it sends a message that you kind of wish that trans students and staff didn't exist, don't exist. So I don't know if you thought of it that way, if that's the intention that you have behind deleting the policy. Are you asking trans students and staff to stop it? If that's not what you're asking, what are you, what's going on? I need a policy so that I can carry out my job.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Justin Berry. I've been a school teacher since 2005. I live in Friendship. I am here this evening to speak in favor of removing the current policy ACAA, which applies to transgender and gender sensitive students. This policy is redundant as all of these students' rights are currently covered by other policies. Under policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity, and affirmative action states discrimination against and harassment of students because of race, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, ancestry, or national origin or disability are prohibited. It additionally goes on to describe the affirmative action officer, Title IX coordinator, who is responsible for ensuring compliance with all federal and state requirements relating to non-discrimination. Under policy ACAA, harassment of students such as verbal abuse and other offensive conduct because of sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity is prohibited. Any harassment that rises to the level of physical assault, battery, and/or abuse and/or bullying behavior are also addressed in board policies JICIA. Additionally, under Title V, Chapter 337, Subchapter 5B of the Maine Human Rights Act, the opportunity for an individual at an educational institution to participate in all educational counseling and vocational guidance programs, all apprenticeship and on-the-job training programs, and all extracurricular activities without discrimination because of sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity, or physical or mental disability, ancestry, national origin, race, color, or religion is recognized and declared to be a civil right. At our last meeting on this topic, Barbara Hirsch, a lawyer for the Maine Human Rights Coalition, stated herself that we are not required to have this policy. Also, Principal Julia Novasalar, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that, Miller School, stated that other policies already provide coverage for these issues. It does not change our legal requirements. Again, this policy is redundant. Additionally, all of the other policies include all protected classes. This policy does not. When we create a policy for one protected class but not another, in and of itself, the policy becomes discriminatory. We are constantly hearing about inclusivity. This policy is not inclusive, it is exclusive to one class and one alone. We have seen the same type of policy lead to lawsuits in other towns. Ask yourself, do you want those lawsuits here? Thank you.
Good evening, 16 from Union. It's been an interesting last year watching the school board. I don't get to attend a lot of these in person. I do get to watch most of them. And having been to a lot of school board meetings over the years, I understand you guys are supposed to work as a team. And the team effort is to guide, nurture, take care of the kids, just like the school boards of past did for you when you were in school. And it really became clear to me at the district meeting at the high school just how divided this board is. There's a nice group of board members that are trying to do the right thing. But when you sat back in the audience and watched the rest of the board members vote at the district meeting, it became clear who was on what team. Because some of you voted as the budget committee, some of you voted against just about everything, and some of you didn't even vote on half the items. That's pretty impressive. That's a team effort. Your school is falling apart around you. Both from a administrative point, we just let a rockstar administrator trade our RSU 40 badge for a Coney High School badge. Sorry, that's my high school rival. After receiving a doctorate and not able to take anything she learned and apply it to RSU 40. We've got buildings falling down, we've got septic systems failing, and we've got a school board member that cherry picks a policy that's not even up for review for another 18 months out of a pile of paper to focus on that. Your test scores are failing. They're going down every year. I think there's more important issues at hand for the board to be focused on than a damn policy right now. Take care of the kids. Teach them well. They're the next lawyers, doctors, plumbers, policemen, firemen, contractors. You're gonna be sitting in my place. Wonder who's gonna fix your plumbing next time.
I had a couple people ask, I have 70, just so you're aware. 70, okay? Mark Lewin, Amber Levine, Emily Graves, and Ed Weber.
No. 71, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Levin. I live in Rockland. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you for your service. Folks have talked a lot about what your mission is, about the Constitution. The only thing I'd say about that is the founding of this nation, we were founded on Enlightenment ideals of freedom, reason, and tolerance, and that should guide your work here. Everyone really has already said what I was going to say more eloquently, so I want to focus my message on youth. I want to thank you for being here and for your witness. I want to thank you for leading us into the 21st century, whether it's kicking or screaming or not. I want to thank you for calling out this nonsense and bringing us here, especially to the LGBTQIA+ youth. I want you to know that we see you. We're here for you. It's hard to hear what you have to hear, but just look at the way the community shows up for you and know that we'll be here for you no matter what happens tonight. To the Christians who are here, as a minister, I want to say I'm excited to see you living out your faith, and I want to tell you, you are totally doing it wrong. There are 6 Bible verses on human sexuality. There are 600 about charity. We're living in a community where people don't have enough to eat, they don't have food, they can't pay energy bills. There is real work to be done in this community to help and serve. The Christian faith is about loving your neighbor. Jesus was standing on the side of the marginalized. You know what side he would be on tonight? Thank you all for being here. Here's right. As a cisgender, middle-aged now, straight white male, I try to stand back and show up when I'm asked and try to listen to people when they tell me what they need. I don't understand what the debate is. You're saying the policy doesn't matter because there's already laws protecting you, so why are we spending all this time trying to repeal it? It doesn't make a difference, but the students are telling you it matters to them for it to be here. Listen to that and move on to something more important. Thanks.
Amber Levine, Newcastle, Maine. I'd like to first direct a question at you. Is it Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Great. During the last board meeting, you compared accommodations for trans kids to accommodations you received as a type 1 diabetic, correct?
Correct.
Though this may be presumptuous, I assume that you received your diagnosis of type 1 diabetes from a medical doctor? Is that accurate?
I received that diagnosis when I arrived in the hospital in an ambulance.
Okay. Do you think that perhaps if you were able to just self-proclaim this diagnosis and receive special accommodations without a medical diagnosis, that maybe some of your peers would have also proclaimed a diabetes diagnosis?
No.
Well, that's all it would take, because this is what this policy does. It's self-proclamation of a transgender identity. A person from the Maine Human Rights Commission cited a case at your last board meeting stating that it was settled law that these accommodations be provided based on self-proclamation. Where this person missed the mark is that the judge clearly stated in this case that the reason for the necessity was because the child had a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, not self-proclamation. I also am curious if there were special flags flown in honor of your brave diagnosis with special days and even months celebrating you for your bravery.
I think this is a personal attack on a board member. It needs to stop.
I know, because I know.
Stop following the guidelines. No, I want her to speak, but there's no personal attack from us to you or you to us. And listen, I want to hear what you have to say, but no personal attack.
Okay. Because I know from my own personal experiences as a child, I love being celebrated. Not only in this cohort of children being celebrated as brave, but cisgender students are being ostracized. Outbeing several years ago published gender ideology terminology posters to distribute to Maine schools. One of the terms on this poster was breeder. The definition of that on that poster was a term used to refer to heterosexual couples. Now, can you imagine being a heterosexual child in one of these schools, watching adults hang these posters, all while hanging pride flags through the school in celebration of trans kids? Which cohort would you want to belong to? The group adults are referring to as breeders, or perhaps the group that adults are celebrating with pins and flags discussing daily their bravery for simply being themselves? Sports. I had a difficult upbringing. Sports my outlet, particularly basketball. At 5 feet, 8 inches tall, and around 150 pounds, I played power forward. I started as a freshman and I put in good work. Now imagine for a moment that a boy in my school self-proclaimed a trans identity. Imagine this boy is 6 feet tall and weighs in at 220 pounds. Do you think for a moment I would have received a starting position as a power forward? I think we all know the answer to that. The point guard on my high school team stood around 5 feet, 2 inches tall, and weighed around 120 pounds. Imagine her on the court with that boy that day. Should children struggling with gender dysphoria receive support? Absolutely, but not at the detriment of other children, and we shouldn't be enmeshing in their illness. I work with clients who actively hallucinate. If a client of mine expresses concern that the devil is standing behind me, I don't also behave as though the devil is standing behind me. I acknowledge that what they are seeing is very real to them, but that I am not experiencing that. I validate their fear, but I also help them to understand that what they're experiencing is part of reality. Thank you.
Thank you. And attack me, do not attack a senior at our high school.
My name is I'm here to say that I'm a proud member of a community that cares about these kids. And I want us to re-enable this policy because I'm a parent and I want to know that you're going to protect my child and that you're listening to the students and that you're listening to your staff and your educators and your administrators. Because, you know, if it turns out my kid self-identifies as needing juice, I really want her to be able to go and get the juice because she gets snacks anytime she needs them. And the pediatrician doesn't have to sign off on it. So I just really think it's important to know that like we're protecting these kids because of the kids that need it. And protecting those who need it the most protects everyone. And I did hear at the last meeting, I really genuinely believed there were people who voted against this policy that thought it was redundant or thought maybe it was unfair because it didn't call out every kind of student. Like, write that policy. If there's a student who needs this kind of protection that isn't covered in this policy, keep it in the policy. Fine. Tell us about it. Tell us why. Show us the data that those students are being adversely discriminated against and that they have statistics like the self-harm that's reported. I mean, there is data, there's science about why these kids need this protection. Your own students are telling you why they need it.
So if it's redundant and they're begging for it, and your staff are begging for it, let them have it. You know, like this is listening for them. And I know that you represent all of us, and I know this isn't going to be decided tonight by popular vote, and that's okay. You're here to do what the students need the most, and you're here to protect the board and to protect the school and to do what's right in the most way that you can. And keep this redundant policy in so it protects these people that we want to protect so much. I'm so proud of us, and I'm so proud of us. And like, let's please move on and do the other stuff that our school needs. Please, please, please. You can have the rest of your time now.
Good evening, school board members. Thank you for your service to our community. My name is Ed Weber, and I live in Union. I have two children, one who is currently in college and one who will be graduating from Meeting Valley High School next week. Tonight, I want to address my comments to the students here tonight fighting to keep policy ACAAA in place. You are the heroes in this story. Each of you are working to keep our community great. Some of you are here because this policy will affect you directly, and some of you are here to support your friends and family. And I commend each and every one of you for your bravery, your loyalty, and your commitment. Each of you could be home studying tonight. You could be hanging out with friends. You could be winding down as the school year comes to a close. Instead, you are here doing what is right. Some of you who will graduate next week went to school today and will go to school tomorrow for the sole purpose of protecting and standing up for students who are afraid because of the actions of this school board. I grew up in a time when it was common to say, never trust anyone over 30. The Who sang, hope I die before I get old. Regardless of the outcome of this meeting tonight, as an adult, I am here to tell each of you that you are loved, you are respected, and you are seen. I consider myself an ally. My home will be a safe space for any and all of you. Not all adults are the enemy, but you are wise to look at some of us with skepticism. In the John Mellencamp song, Innocent Memories, he sang, you are young and you are the future. I say to you students, continue to dream, continue to fight for an inclusive community, and most importantly, continue to shine like a crazy diamond, and don't let the bastards get you down. Thank you.
Fred Robinson, Fran Robinson, Ben Stickney, and Lydia Austin.
Somebody does have.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Fred Robinson, I'm from Boston. I want to keep this brief, but just wanted to let you know I have a degree in biology. I worked for 40 years with scientists in research and development, and through that time, settled science is and has been that there are only two sexes, and there are only two genders. That has not changed. That is still actually a fact. And it's very important that you keep this repeal going, because we cannot have this constant bickering be the centerpiece of everything we do. I'm really concerned when I heard that 80% of these people, trans people, are considering harming themselves. And I do not believe that that's from outside forces. That's from their inner conscience. They know that this is not right. They know. This is not hate speech. This is the truth.
Go ahead.
My opinion. I do not expect a lot of flags flying around. But it's very important that we stop this big grid. What we do not want are special cases for trans people. Thank you.
My name is Fran Robinson, I live in Thomaston. And I'm not worried about whether you like what I say or not, because I don't answer to you, I answer to God. You all will too someday. And if you hear a lie long enough, you believe it. Get indoctrinated with it. And I believe the young people in this country have been indoctrinated with a lot of lies. And the science, whether you like it or not, has proved that if the young people wait long enough into their late teens and early 20s, a lot of this dysphoria will disappear. And I don't hate anybody. I'm not, as a Christian, I'm told not to hate anybody, and I don't. But I will not lay down and let lies run over me either. And like I said, if you hear a lie long enough, it becomes accepted. And I hope that these young people, whose lives are very precious to God, will think about who's telling them this and why. Do the people who are telling them this just want to be liked, be popular, be cool? That's no good. They need to be taught things that will help them to be whole human beings, well-adjusted human beings. And there's a lot out there that's trying to take them down. There's a war on the young people in this country. A real war. Right from the United Nations right on down. They've been trying to get a hold of our kids for a long time. And that's all I have to say, except that I hope that everybody will think about praying for young people and just keep their best intentions, keep the best in mind for them. They're the most precious thing we have in this country. They are the next generation, and the one after that. And every life is precious. Thank you.
Is Ben here? Ben Stickney or Lydia?
My name is Ben Stickney. I live in Waldeboro. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll try to keep this brief because it's been an awful long night. I know the policy ACAAA should be retained. I know that it helps trans and gender expansive students in our schools feel acknowledged and safe. I know that it helps teachers and administrators follow Maine law and uphold the human rights of students in our schools. And I know that it helps parents know that the district will be open, consistent, and fair in the way that their kids are treated. I really believe this is true because my son goes to village school and has a very long career ahead of him in this district, and so I hope that he will be able to receive the benefits the same as anyone else. I know that these things are true for the same reason that you all do, because RSU40 students, teachers, administrators, and parents have stood before you and said so. So many of them have, in fact, that people who live outside this district, who have no business in here and no personal stake in what happens here, have encouraged others to come and try to drown them out with sheer numbers. I can't really add anything to what's already been said by others in defense of this policy, and you all have the information you need to make the right decision and vote to retain it. So my request is just to remind you that when you sit in those seats, you sit in service of students and safe and equal education they all deserve. And if you don't, well, there's an election next Tuesday, and an election in June after that, an election every June following. I will remember what decisions are made here tonight, and I know that I won't be the only one. Thank
you. Nova Boyer, Corinna Shorten, Hannah Harm, and A. Adolphus from Union. Thank you.
My name is Hannah Harm. I'm a Wilbur resident. I am a homeowner, taxpayer, and hope to one day have some kids in this school system. I sat here for the 2 hours last public comment. Wasn't moved to speak because I was here to support and didn't want to make it go longer. I have been moved to speak now. I could go on a lecture on history and how queer people have always been here, and that the Nazis burned the biggest archive of queer data in the Western world. I want to rant about how accommodations aren't special privileges that students with medical complications, students with learning disabilities, students with food allergies, or any of the alterations they receive to their learning environment is special privilege. I want to rant about how statistically it's the trans kids who have a bigger risk in bathrooms than anyone else. And how the law still declares it a right for trans kids to use whatever bathroom aligns with their gender, and deleting this policy does nothing to stop that. And that this policy has been in place since 2018. And how it's not even hiding from parents, because the policy says that a student must know that parents can access their records at any time and see any gender plan on file. And that kids have a right to safety, and parents have an obligation to support their children. But it feels like that would be a waste of breath because it feels like everyone's already decided. So simply, I want to ask that if anyone here who is going to vote to delete the policy actually cares about trans kids and actually thinks that they deserve to exist, then at least abstain. By voting to delete this policy, you're saying that trans kids don't deserve to exist. Do not delete this policy and leave at the start of summer and leaving trans and queer kids and their friends worried about how they will be treated at the start of next summer or the start of next school year. They will worry and be anxious all summer. And who's to say that all of them will survive that? The bullying of queer kids has already increased after the last month's vote. What will deleting the policy, what green flags will, what will actually deleting this policy give the bullied kids a green light?
30 seconds.
I ask everyone who supports retaining this policy to stand up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Corinne Shorten. Once again, I am from Union. I have 3 kids who are school age in this district. I wanted to directly address some of the concerns that were brought up by the school board that we were not able to respond to in the previous meeting. I think that's important. One of you, forgive me, I don't know names, mentioned that you were voting against this policy because it wasn't treating everyone equally. That this policy singled out some kids for special treatment. But I actually want to say that equality isn't always the goal. There is a big difference between equality and fairness. And let us not conflate those 2 words. These are very different things. My son was recently diagnosed with autism, and I am blessed that he will soon be going to the Miller School, where he will get all kinds of wonderful accommodations. Not every kid gets those things. It's not equal. He needs a taller box to stand on in order to reach the same shelf. Now, equality stipulates that everyone gets the same box to stand on to reach this goal, this shelf, graduation. Okay? But some people need a taller box to stand on. And as we have already explored, it is statistically viable, well supported, that these kids are at a higher risk, and therefore they need a taller box to stand on in order to reach the same goal. This is not equality, it is fairness. Okay? I would also like to address the parents' rights issue. As one of you mentioned, Joseph, that not everybody has a bad home life that they need to be hiding things from. And this is absolutely true, of course. We know there are wonderful supportive parents here. But this policy, the parents' rights aspect of this policy is not here to protect kids who have a wonderful supportive home life. This is put in place ways to protect kids who need protection, because there are parental situations where there is significant retaliation, physical, psychological. All right, those are the kids, the most at-risk kids. Those are the ones it's designed to protect, the ones that are at real risk of harm. Okay? And my third point to the school board was, somebody pointed out that obviously there's already a bullying policy in place, and that this falls under that umbrella category. However, I believe that we have heard plenty of evidence from many students here that that's not sufficient. It is not sufficient. You heard that bullying has already increased. Finn told us last time that while he was walking with a trans student, they were bullied. Okay, so an umbrella policy is not proving to be sufficient. So removing this with no, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay, thank you.
I'm Nova Boyer, and I'm 10 years old, and I'm Nova Boyer, and I'm 10 years old, and I live in Union. And among other things, some core values of this school system are freedom, curiosity, integrity, and respect. And first of all, you are not going to respect yourself if you do not feel good about yourself. And second of all, if people are telling you that who you are is wrong, then you're not going to perform with integrity either. Also, a district value is that the school provides the students with a safe environment they need to learn here, but it has been scientifically proven that if you feel unsafe or unsure, you will not learn nearly as well compared to when you feel confident and safe. If you as a parent are not providing a safe environment at home, it is still the school's responsibility to provide necessary safe environment for the students' learning, regardless of what's going on at home.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin, and I live in Appleton. I'm here to state tonight that school is not meant to be a place of incubation for gender identity. Children at a young age are struggling to learn and communicating with other children and definitely don't need to be involved in this mentally challenging atmosphere. Children's minds are not fully developed at the school age, and they absorb everything they are told. It is unfair to them to fill their minds with topics that they don't understand. The decisions of the LGBTQ community are very heavy and should be made by people mature enough to understand the weight of their life-changing decisions. In the Bible, it clearly defines man and woman as separate genders and why they need and complement each other. I am personally disturbed by the fact that children are being pushed to believe these things they don't understand. It is up to the parents to be involved in their children's decisions that affect their life forever. Which is why I believe this policy should be removed. No secrets should be kept from the people that gave birth to and raised these children. If you think it is right to give a teacher permission to say to a student, you can do whatever you want, and I'll not tell the parent or legal guardian, there is something seriously and mentally wrong with that. God created us in His image, and He created male and female only. And He did not intend for us to change our identity. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Amy Smith, Ben Perry, Matt Picka, Allie Goldstein.
My name is Amy Smith. I live in Walboro. I'm a resident of Walboro. I'm a parent of 3 children in the district. I had the privilege to be both born and raised in Maine. I come from a history of many generations of Aroostook County potato farmers. I've had the opportunity to live, work, and travel to 45 U.S. states. I have worked in restaurants, veterinary offices, and as a housekeeper. I have a degree in biochemistry, and I've worked as an analytical chemist in the fields of biochemical genetics, cardiac bioengineering, and plant biotechnology. Settled science.
I'm sorry. Is that a thing? Science evolves, grows, expands. I'm also a midwife. I'm also a registered nurse. I have a penchant for lifelong learning, evidently. I currently homestead and collaboratively farm vegetables and raise livestock for fiber with several sets of neighbors. I love living in Maine and was glad to return here to raise my children, but tonight I'm embarrassed. I had a wide variety of life experiences, and when I was here last time speaking to you, I thought that this was in good faith. I'm sad to learn that it wasn't. I hope that members of this board have the well-being of the students and staff at heart, and I spoke to you with that assumption. The assumption that many neighbors, just like me, have, that is, we care about our neighbors, that we assist neighbors in need, and although we don't always agree or even get along, that we won't act in ways that actively hurt and harm our neighbors. That we focus less on the speck in our neighbor's eye and more on the law in our own. I was saddened to learn that members of this board are being supported actively by white supremacists, by white supremacist organizations and hate groups. You're using, this act was targeted and it's coming right out of the playbook. If you're not aware of that, there are toolboxes on hate group organizations, and members of this board and members of this audience are using language specifically recommended by these groups. These are the same tactics used by some Christian faction throughout our history to support manifest destiny and the violence against indigenous people, to support slavery, to vilify Chinese immigrants and Irish immigrants, Italian immigrants, Catholics, Jews. Time is up. And to justify Jim Crow laws.
Reverend Benjamin Perry, Washington. I'm a minister, and my remarks are particularly for board members who are voting out of their Christian faith. I want to talk about policies for transgender people and what I see in my congregation. Because in 2 weeks, I'm presiding at the funeral of a trans kid at my church who died by suicide. A wonderful, incredible child with a supportive family who died because they did not feel like the broader world was willing to make space for them. And I wish I could stand here today and say that this tragedy was an anomaly, but it is not. Trans youth are 40% more likely to attempt suicide than their cisgender peers. And this is not, as was earlier suggested, a symptom of being trans. It is a consequence of living in a world where trans people are routinely subjected to interpersonal and policy violence. Where just in the state of Maine, studies show queer students are twice as likely to be bullied and 8 times as likely to be harassed because of their gender identity. And we know that affirming laws save lives because children who grow up in schools with the kind of policies you are planning to eliminate are significantly less likely to die by suicide. Regulations matter. It matters that students know that teachers will use their pronouns. It matters that they can use the bathroom that best fits their gender. It helps them to know that they are valued and loved by this community. In a very literal way, these protections can be the difference between life and death. In the holy book that guides my faith, a faith I know some of you share, it says quite clearly, "Thou shalt not kill." That doesn't just refer to killing by one's own hand. It is a condemnation of creating any structure that kills indirectly too. As a pastor, I have also had the joy of ministering to trans adults who live with such abundance, joy, and beauty. I see in their flourishing the value of community, of efforts to help folks grow into the fullest versions of themselves. Today, you have a choice.
You can preserve policy that nurtures life, or you can pass policies that deal with death. For the sake of the child I will be bearing, and all of the children entrusted to your care, I pray that you choose life this day. Thank you for your time.
Members of the board, my name is Matt Nikita. I live in Lincolnville, where I'm a farmer, but I used to work managing a TNAC internship at Garden Farms and Fields, which works with Madomic, Camden Hills, and Oceanside to distribute food to 22 pantries across Knox County. There have been a lot of speakers tonight, particularly those current and former RC40 students. And I really hope that you, school board members, will take their voices into account. But as someone who doesn't live in RC40, tonight I'm going to focus my words not on an argument, but a statement. There's one thing that I want the transgender youth in this room and beyond to take away from tonight. You will be okay. No matter what the outcome of tonight is, these meetings have shown, if nothing else, how many people in this community, your community, love and support you. So you'll be okay. You'll be okay because I turned out okay. A trans kid myself, a trans man living in Mid-Coast, Maine, surrounded by trans friends and now family and others. And even though you had to sit here very late into the night to hear hateful words from people you've trusted and from people you've never met, you'll be okay because you're so much stronger. So even when things are not okay, even if protections are repealed, and even with all of the lives that are coming to lost, you'll be okay. Because you're beautiful, you're loved, and I cannot wait to see you come. To any parents or teachers who may be struggling with what it means to have a trans kid, trust me when I say that you too will be okay. You don't love your child, you don't have to love your child. You do have to love your child. Very tired. If you don't love your child when they come out, you risk losing them. There's no reason to delete the 6-year-old policy. I think that's how long it's been since 2018, other than to send a message of hate for all of the children in this district. And I hope they know that that doesn't speak for itself. Please keep policy ACAAA. Thank you for being here. Thank you for
I'm Dr. Ellie Goldstein. I'm a resident of Appleton. I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Maine and Pennsylvania and a certified school psychologist. And I would just like you to consider the impact that this decision will have on children in this community. Adolescence, school age is the most critical time for shaping a human for future success. It determines future mental health. It determines future academic success, professional success, relational success, every aspect of a human existence. Research tells us that school, in addition to supportive parents, school is the second most critical place to have that sense of belonging and support. Kids need to feel like they belong. They need to build a community with peers. They need to have spaces created by adults that allow them to express themselves and to feel validated. What you are considering repealing or rescinding certainly set children in this community up for chronic invalidation, invalidating the ways that they see themselves, the way they feel inside, the way they want to exist in the world. Chronic invalidation is one of the most harmful experiences, apart from things like major trauma, that leads to things like suicidality. No one is born with an innate sense or a desire to commit suicide. Things like traumas, invalidation, that is what promotes suicidality, anxiety, depression, addiction, and a whole host of very difficult things to come back from once those are. Choosing to increase the odds of these terrible outcomes by rescinding this bill is really dangerous for the kids in your community. And this is not an ideological battle. It should be scientific. There, as someone mentioned earlier, science evolves with time. There are specific areas of the brain that are linked to gender and gender identity. The way someone feels inside and identifies as gender is different than someone's physical sexual characteristics, is different from their sexuality. And so it is not dangerous for someone to express a different gender, I'm sleepy as well, gender identity than they were assigned at birth. It is actually incredibly more dangerous to invalidate them. So I encourage you just to make sure that you are considering actual facts, actual statistics around the dangers of this decision when you take it.
Kit Thompson Grossman, Sean Seabury, Helena Chazen Knox, Joe Timon. Oh no, that was not circle. Vicki People.
Good evening. My name is Kit Thompson Crossman. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission. I understand you've heard from us already, so I won't take up too much of your time. It's true, this policy is not required by the law, and the law will still apply regardless of whether or not you have the policy. That's certainly not to say that the policy has no value. I think the policy provides useful and necessary guidance to your staff and to your teachers. Certainly makes the students feel more comfortable and safer, as we've heard tonight. And I did just want to address, it's not definitive that a policy that applies only to one group is necessarily discriminatory. We're familiar with this policy, we believe it complies with the Act, and we would support you keeping it in place. On a personal note, I just want to say that I am the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission, and I am non-binary. And I think it's important to say that because sometimes, despite the world's best efforts, we grow up. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Sean Seabury, Union. I'm a proud graduate of this school that we're standing in today, as well as Novick Valley High School in 2021. I'm also proud to say that I served on this board for roughly 2.5 years as a student representative. And on that note, Finn, I want to go off script for a second and applaud you for your incredible composure in the face of the completely inappropriate conduct of one of our community members in here today. I want to thank you for your ability to stay composed in the face of that on behalf of everyone in here, regardless of what they think of this policy. Now onto the policy. RSU-40 has already had to spend off efforts to censor students by banning books for district libraries, and despite the misguided demands of a loud minority of community members, this board delivered a decision that affirmed that LGBTQ+ people have a place in our learning community. Once again, this board finds itself in a spirited debate over which students deserve protection and which students do not. Policy ACAAA is not partisan, it is not ideological, it is not an attack on students to whom it does not apply. It is a clarifying piece of legislation which helps faculty and staff, as we've heard numerous times tonight and at the previous board meeting, to do their jobs well and correctly and to the best of their abilities. Excuse me. And as we have heard from many of my friends and fellow community members, the publicly stated reasons for removing this policy are often based on shaky logic at best and are blatantly false at worst. The local student group Education Matters said it beautifully when they raised concerns about members and candidates for membership of this board being, quote, vulnerable to fear-mongering and easily distracted by inflammatory non-issues, end quote. I am hopeful that the members of this board will find it within them to deny this inflammatory non-issue emotion and vote to keep policy ACAAA in place. As a final note, I want to acknowledge that there are those in this district, as we've heard, as other people have brought up, that believe or wish that LGBTQ people simply do not exist. And as a closing note, I am elated to report to this board that our friends within the LGBTQ+ community do exist, and they are beautiful
and valuable and worth protecting part of this learning community, and I hope that all of you will vote to honor their value in this community. Happy Pride Month. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kalina Jason Knox. I live in Washington and I graduated from Meeting-06 High School. I go to the University of Maine now I'm studying psychology and gender and sexuality studies for the Office for Diversity and Inclusion on my campus. Part of my job is helping with diversity trainings, and I just want to start this moment that I have with just a question to the board. This is something that we do in the trainings that I do. Just asking if anyone could give me their definition, their difference between equality and equity. If anyone would like to give me that.
I think equality means that everybody has the same opportunity. Equity, equality and equity doesn't mean that it's the same outcome.
Right.
You have the same opportunity, but not necessarily will they have the same outcome.
Exactly. So, I mean, put simply, what I would explain in the trainings that I do, equality is everyone getting the same thing, and equity is everyone getting what they need. This policy helps guarantee equity in our school district. It's not trans kids getting special treatment. It's about trans kids getting what they want to show up to school feeling just as safe and secure as anyone else. This decision makes me very sad for the future of LGBTQ+ kids in our district. If this policy was removed, there would be kids who will be afraid to go to school the next day. I wouldn't want to raise my kids in a district that dismisses identity like this, which is really sad because I really liked growing up here. RSU reporting has never been that great for queer kids. I remember feeling uncomfortable and unwelcome when posters celebrating Pride Month were torn down and not replaced, and no one did anything about it when I was in school. Removing this policy, which gives guidance to teachers and administration, it is, there's no reason to delete a policy that gives guidance.
30 seconds.
The reason many folks believe that more people are queer now than ever before is not because it's a trend. We're simply more visible now. Pretending that we, queer people, do not exist, cannot, and will not make us go away. Happy Pride, and thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Siegel. I'm from Union, Maine. I've lived here for 34 years. I had 2 kids graduate from this school district, and we were always very happy with it. And I'm here, this year marks the 40th year, this summer, it will be 40 years since I became a registered nurse. 28 of those years were spent in critical care. When you work in ICU, you get a lot of overdoses, a lot of drug, a lot of suicide attempts. If you've ever sat with somebody, held their hand, and cried with them because they couldn't be who they wanted to be, it really puts things into perspective. And to take away this policy would just be another slap in the face. I would like to think that everybody in this world has a perfect family, has a supportive, loving, caring family. Does that happen? No. There are kids out there who would rather be dead or dull their pain with drugs than to admit, because they don't have a loving, supporting family. They've been kicked out of their houses, they've been bullied, harassed, disowned. The parents have told them they're worthless and they don't want to see them again. So please do not rescind this policy. Also, another point, I don't work in critical care anymore, but I do work in medical care, the medical field. And I just had a colleague say to me the day before this last meeting, why is there so much hate and discrimination in South Florida? And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, you tried to ban books, now you're trying to take away policies that protect transgenders. Why? I don't understand. I said, I don't either. I said, I'm the one the board meeting was trying to find out. And when a lot of people who support getting rid of this policy didn't speak up. And your silence spoke louder than any words could ever speak. So I had to go back and tell her, I don't know why. I don't have a clear reason why. Maybe it is hate and discrimination. Maybe they know it's wrong, they want to give up, I don't know. But I certainly don't want sad 40 to be seen. This woman was not from sad 40, she came to the district. I certainly don't want to be the district that's seen as
30 seconds.
That supports hate and discrimination. Thank you, and I know that this is a hard job, and I appreciate you all being here. Thank you.
Rebecca Waddell, Ann Johnson, Avery White, Allison Risen. Hello again. I'm Rebecca Waddell. I'm from Waldeboro. I wanted to say when I got up here, I wanted to say how sad this all makes me, that this is how you're spending your time. Because the only purpose I see in trying to get rid of this policy that's been around for 6 years and hasn't been a problem, the only reason I see it is to discriminate against the students that you're supposed to be taking care of. And there are people who said, I knock on all these doors, okay? I'm co-chair of the Democrats in Waldeboro. You know what we do? We knock on Democrat doors. We have, Chloe Maxman is a little bit different. She went to everybody. Not everybody does. Most people go to friendly homes, especially in Waldeboro. You don't want to go alone unless it's a friendly home. So some of that is disingenuous to just say, oh, I only spoke to, everybody feels this way. It's because you're cherry picking who you talk to. The other thing that I want to point out is you might have seen that a lot of the people who are speaking out against, or saying that you should remove this policy have been trucked in from someplace else. They're saying that they're from Newcastle or Jefferson or someplace else. They're not from Waldeboro. They're not from Union. The ones who are speaking out, telling you to remove this policy, are mostly not the local people. And where I went in the first place, obviously I'm totally off script. I wanted to say that I was really sad about you guys. I'm really impressed with them. These kids are awesome, and I thank God for them because they are the future, and they'll do a much better job than you guys who are trying to discriminate against them. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Avery White. I live in Waldeboro. I'll be brief. If this vote doesn't reinstate the policy offering clear instruction protecting trans kids, it's going to fall on the students themselves, as so many other tasks seem to be. You're going to have to take time and effort out of your day that was originally meant for learning to organize and create networks of solidarity. And I have a sickening feeling that these networks are going to be more useful as time goes on. It falls to you to be good human beings when others won't. I'm sorry you even have to worry about this. You can just add it to the growing list of failures of previous generations deciding your future. I'd also like to say a couple of things. If your reason for stopping this policy is because of God, I'm sorry, children or your God, I've heard of a much more powerful God that loves all of his children. If your reason for stopping this policy is biology, and that there's only two sexes, go back to school, might I suggest a good place to start. And that's it.
Good evening, my name is Ann Johnson and I live in Union. And I can't see you when I'm wearing my reading glasses. You're there. Thank you for your patience. It's got to be hard for you to hear us. To sit there patiently, not fidget, not run out on us. Thank you for being here. Some of you may or may not notice that I was here at the last meeting and I asked a question and I was quite disappointed. And at that last meeting, I asked you why you thought it was acceptable to remove protection from a number of our youngsters in the schools. And you told us that the members did not have to answer any questions if they did not want to. That's policy. As none of you offer a reason for your choice, I can only conclude that your motivations are not in the best interest of the students, but are based upon personal belief systems or other personal agendas. I'm still wondering why many members of the board have chosen to remove this safety net, which was designed to protect our youth. You have heard reasons from the community, but we have not heard reasons from you. I don't remember hearing reasons for you. I'll speak for myself. Absent two-way communication, all I can do is hope that you will make the safety of our students your first priority. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And as a quick aside, many years ago as a teacher, my first experience meeting a trans youth was an 8-year-old beautiful child in my class. He came to school, I was a learning disability specialist, so I spent a lot of time teaching kids how to read and breaking language down into phonics. I don't know if that sounds familiar to you. So we had our A for apple, we had our E for elephant. Basically, you drew a little rock, a little thin hair, drew a trunk, and you had an elephant for short E, right? This beautiful child who all the time told me, I am a girl. He honestly believed he was a girl. His elephant was on point in a tutu, and it wasn't a joke. That's who this child was. He went home and was beaten by his dad for not being masculine like his little brother. Fortunately, in that school, there was a guidance counselor who was able to support him. But that was my first experience, and I was quite young then, and I said, you know, this is a learning moment, and I hope that I will always be able to hold that in my heart, and I hope it will stand to those people who said, it's a choice. He wasn't a grown 8-year-old. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Allison Brzezinski, and I'm coming to you from Camden. I first want to say thank you and wow to the students who have spoken today in support of this wonderful policy that you are threatening to take away. I really don't understand why we're here. I don't understand why we spent hours having this conversation about basic human decency. I'm a non-binary person, so all of the things that have been said have been hitting me personally very, very hard. And again, thank you to the students who are here in support. We are all great siblings to one another, and I'm glad that we have a beautiful community, whether that's respected and represented in the school or not. Why would we remove protections for our children, for our administrators, for our staff, for our social workers who are clearly asking for that support and for that playbook, for those rules, for that respect, for that dignity, for that integrity? Also, I didn't prepare anything before I came today, so I'm just kind of responding to some of the gems of wisdom that were dropped earlier. And I just want to say that there's some real great misunderstandings of definitions of science and of truth with capital T, of gender and sex, biology. A lot of things, I echo what a person before me said about needing to pick up a book, look at the internet, speak to educated sources. I implore you to do that, especially as you look at taking away important protections for our youth. A lot has been spoken about bathrooms today. I personally have a crisis every time I see a gendered bathroom. As a non-binary person, it's really difficult. And if you are afraid of your children and the children of this district being attacked in a bathroom, you are afraid of cis men. You are not afraid of trans men. You are not afraid of trans women. You are not afraid of non-binary people. You are afraid of cis men. Someone said, we don't want to bring those kind of discriminatory lawsuits to this area. No, I'm sure you don't, but would you rather have blood on your hands from self-harm and suicide of the students, the protections that you're stripping away from them for absolutely no reason? Title IX has also been mentioned a lot tonight, and I'm curious, and I'm guessing that a lot of folks on these tables here have not had personal experience with Title IX as I have myself. Please know that those protections are not protections at all. They're just flying under the radar. And then lastly, representation. I look at this board and I don't see a lot of diversity here, and that's just at first glance. I don't know you all very well, or at all really, but I wonder if we'd be having such a distinct conversation here if we had more representation on this board that reflected the student body and community.
Time is up.
Alice Williams, Luca Mellon, CJ Cooker, Debbie Brindle.
Hey people, my name is Alice Williams. I'm a social worker in Orono, Maine. Before I start, if you support trans people, stand up. I want to see you again. Come on, stand up for our community. I'm working on becoming a volunteer firefighter, and I build gardens for those who are low income and in need. I'm a trans person, and some of the children that I work with also happen to be trans. In fact, I met a new trans kid today. His name was Chris, a bright young man who had nothing but joy when I met them. I drove down to Union to speak again, not just as council members, but also the audience, as I need everyone to hear this. Since this is a school and a place of learning, let me teach you some history about trans and queer history. Anti-trans rhetoric has a direct root in fascism and white supremacy. It is dangerous not just for trans children, but for anyone that Title IX affects. Trans kids are the most vulnerable in our schools. That is why they are being targeted. This is a test run to strip away Title IX protections, not just from trans children, but for anyone that falls under these protections. We're seeing tactics like this all over our country. When the Nazi Party assumed power in Germany in 1933, one of the first groups they attacked was the trans and queer community. In the case of trans men, they were called scared and confused young women who were groomed, and trans women faced far worse treatment. From the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, you can read on the case of a German trans woman and club proprietor Tony Sin, where her final document calls her dangerous to you and recommends sending her to a concentration camp as absolutely necessary. Trans people were the victims of the Holocaust, and any denial of this goes is considered Holocaust denial. And so, from Holocaust memorials, German courts, to several human rights watch groups, you're engaging in fascist ideology. This is hate. This is discrimination. This is bigotry. How can you claim you're giving other rights or stripping away rights from another group? You work in a school, for Christ's sake. 1 minus 1 doesn't equal 2. To those who say we must listen to both sides, shame on your indifference. There is no sharing aside of people who want us gone. Not every voice is equal to those voices who are spewing hate. Would you say we should let the KKK speak? Of course not. But you stand silently by and your fellow board members about fascist rhetoric. Your difference emboldens them. This bathroom rhetoric that you push is absurd and easy to debunk. And actually, they just spoke on this. You're scared of cis men. Nothing with trans people. You're just picking the most vulnerable to scapegoat. You want real issues to be solved? Target on cis men targeting people in bathrooms. But instead, you're more worried about what's in these kids' pants instead of the kids' learning. There's no surprise this was brought up, however. With over 580 anti-trans bills that have been proposed this year alone in America, we're a way to treat people that don't even consist of 1% of the population. Yet there's overwhelming support for the children of my community when we're actually here and visible. Instead of those hundreds of taxpayers that you claim have showed up, where are they? Are they in this room with us? Instead, I see hundreds of people coming here to support trans people, coming from all over the state. Might also state in your rules not to attack any group, yet here you are attacking a group of children.
Hi, my name is Debbie Grindle. I come from Wiscasset, but I grew up in Waldoboro. I went to the Waldoboro schools. My children went to the Waldoboro schools. And I'm going to tell you, my grandchildren are not going to the Waldoboro schools. But one of my grandchildren, at the age of 8, told by a teacher that he could pick his gender. He could be a boy or a girl, and he chooses. In what reality does a teacher have to tell any person what their gender is? That's a parent's job, not yours. Has anybody ever heard of Charlotte Isabel? Wise lady. She worked under President Reagan in the Department of Education. She wrote a book, Dumbing Down America. Well, she was obviously right, because most of us have been dumbed down, desensitized, and don't know right from wrong. And I blame that on the school system. You don't have a right. It is not your job to tell any child what their gender is, or whether they can or cannot be anything. That's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to protect every child. And every child deserves a proper education. Now with that, one of my grandchildren, I have one that doesn't know if she's going to be turned into a boy. Her brother went to school, a boy, came home a girl. And I know this for a fact because I've had many conversations with this child. Confused? Yes, extremely confused. But I blame that on the education system. Who in this education system, because I'm going to tell you, the education system and the medical system are corrupt. Corrupt. If you can't tell from your DNA if you're a boy or a girl with your anatomy, you're confused. Because you are born with a certain gender part that tells you what you are, and your DNA, no matter what you want, is not going to change that. Your confusion comes from other people justifying this, and that is wrong. Please rescind this policy. And I hope every board member watched the video that I sent you yesterday, because there are other people in science that do not agree with what these people in science are saying.
Thank you to everyone for so being here. My name is Luca Mellon. I live in Rockland. Before I lived in Rockland, I lived in Union. Before I lived in Union, I lived in Warren. And I want to say, I wish it were so easy to turn into a boy. It's actually kind of hard. I work for a local nonprofit as a case manager with people incarcerated at Knox County Jail. I also manage the Emergency Warrant Center for the City of Rockland, and I'm a member of the Board of Visitors for the Knox and Waldo County Jails. I do this work to support our community's most vulnerable people, which is also coincidentally why I'm here tonight. That and the fact that I'm a trans guy. 8-7 board member opposition to this policy last time doesn't mean the support outlined here for trans students is wrong. Deleting this policy doesn't mean the support goes away. It just means that this institution's board is not ready to be a conduit of support for trans students. If this policy is deleted tonight, let us give a reality check for the hate that RSU 40s trans students are up against, what they've been up against every day of their whole lives. If this school board votes to delete this policy tonight, may RSU 40s voters come together to elect new RSU 40 board members who will vote to bring it back. If it turns out that even after election, RSU 40 is unable to put on paper a policy that protects its students from the hate and minority hold in our community, may we move on to create our own safe spaces without the board support. Trans people are the reason trans people exist, not cis people, not school boards. We are the ones who kept one another alive this whole time. We will find a way out of self-love and love for one another regardless. The question in front
The question in the way, the question in front of our board as board members is, do you want to get in the way or do you want to get on board? Thank you.
Hello again. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am CJ Kluger, and I am a ninth grader at Meeting-06 High School from Warren. Today, I will be presenting a petition signed by over 100 students that attend schools in the RSU 40 district. These students believe it is crucial that we maintain the AAC AAA policy. I feel that there is very little the school board hasn't heard about the numerous reasons leading this policy hurts students, families, and our schools. So I'd like to remind the board that changing stances and votes is allowed. I said it last time, and I will say it again. Schools are places to learn. For my classmates to learn, they have to feel supported and safe. This happens when everyone is accepted. We are children, we are not a threat, and we know who we are. I am beginning to understand that this is not what many adults believe. It seems that our lives at school are about political agendas to some members of the board, not about our education. I like to think that people involved in schools care about the students, and usually that means listening to them. But obviously, many adults are not listening to me and my friends. So listen to me when I say that the community the school board represents cares about the lives of its kids more than politics. I would now like to invite some of my classmates who have been able to stay up late on a school night to join me as we present this petition of 110 students who believe that we should keep this policy. May I bring the petition to the chair?
Yes.
Thank you for listening. Krista Minersman, Elliot Hager, Charles Noak, Abigail Berry.
I'm Krista Anderson. I'm a resident of Warren. I'm a retired nurse educator, ordained interfaith chaplain, and a grandmother of some of the children in this room. I speak to support retaining the policy. I think all the things that you just heard from CJ and support of the children in the petition, I support all of what they said, and I don't think I have much more to add to what has been said, other than that the policy provides clarity and guidance. It affirms the worth and dignity of all students, particularly the trans and gender expansive students who need that support. And it's in line with the mission of RSU 40. I urge you to consider how you voted last time and vote to support the policy this time and honor the voices of the students who have spoken so eloquently tonight. Thank you.
My name is Charles Noah, and I live in New York. I went to Meeting-06 Middle School for my 7th and 8th grade school years. It was a very uncomfortable school environment. There were a lot of trans choices pushed down my throat. I don't really care how you feel or what you do in your own time, but I don't want to participate. I no longer felt comfortable in the public school system, so I made my way to a very nice private school. Before I went to Meeting-06 Middle School, I did not know much about trans people. But at the school, I was dragged into it and believed it at first, sort of. Going into middle school, most of the people I knew were from elementary school. Within the first few months of school, I realized that a couple of my peers were trans, and I did not quite understand that, so I called them the name I always knew them as. But then I was considered the bully, and they played the victim. I'm sure that there are some teachers here that do not want to participate in these childish games either. I think it's against a person's right to have to participate in something they don't believe in. I don't get to come to the school and demand that everyone has to participate in my beliefs. Why should others have to participate in theirs? How is this policy fair or even right? If this is truly about anti-bullying, make it for all, not just one small group of people. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Elliot. I'm a non-binary trans educator for Foden. I encourage you to take a look at the bleachers, at the flags, the stickers, the buttons. I noticed when sitting down earlier today that many folks were clustered together by these symbols, myself included. I actually looked for them when I went to sit. There's a heightened sense of safety and solidarity, and the bleachers here demonstrate some of that grouping, at least to me, and that solidarity extends to all sides of the issue. In my experience as a marginalized member of the non-binary trans community, visibility is also a key component of generating solidarity. And to speak of trans solidarity specifically, how can we expect trans students to show up as who they are to connect with one another if they cannot live it? Removing protections for trans students silos them as human beings. If these protections are removed, as are their odds for safety. As spoken by another person here at the mic to imply that trans children are making decisions about their identity, similar to driving a car, implies that trans youth have a choice in being born as who they are. No person has a choice about where, into what, and with whom they are born. Trans identities are not a choice. Abraham Maslow, an American psychologist, created a pyramid of needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if anyone's heard of it. Specifically relevant here because it is actually so often used to teach our teachers. This is what our educators are taught with in part. It was a backbone of my training as an educator. And earlier tonight, a 10-year-old even spoke to what this pyramid demonstrates, as did a 9th grader just now. In it, safety is a basic need required for all people to learn, grow, and actualize themselves. After the need of safety is met within the pyramid, for example, is love and belonging, and only after a person feels safe can they begin to reach for that next step. Well beyond that is self-actualization. As mentioned by my prior speakers, I don't doubt that some cisgender girls feel uncomfortable with trans girls in the bathroom. I think that's a common issue, so I want to speak on it. But I have to ask you, how many cisgender kids have actually materially or emotionally been harmed by a trans student using a gender-affirming bathroom versus how many trans kids have actually been taunted, teased, beat up, or killed just for being who they are?
30 seconds.
We as educators need to create spaces where all students, including trans youth, can exist in all of them as they are. While substitute teaching recently at a Maine Arts Academy, a student who shared their they them pronouns said this to me after only 20 minutes of meeting them. They asked, "Are you non-binary too?" And I said, "Yes." They said, "You're the first other non-binary person I've met. It's like meeting another non-binary person makes me feel like I'm not in a field of wolves." Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abigail, and I live in Friendship. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not entirely confident about speaking here because one of my friends just got harassed in the hallway over there for speaking his beliefs. I go to a private school, and I will be graduating as a valedictorian very soon. I'm speaking on the side of the students, which I think matters a lot when considering the school. First off, I would like to say tonight that I find this policy unnecessary. Our Constitution covers our freedoms and rights already. All men are created equal and we're all included when it comes to our liberties. Being lesbian, gay, transgender, etc. is a choice of lifestyle decided by each individual person. If that's what they want to do with their life, so be it. However, the LGBTQ community wants to be recognized as a normal thing in our society, but how can it be normal when they are given extra policies and rules that nobody else is? It sets them out of the ordinary, and a lot of times that's what causes the bullying everyone is concerned about. The Oxford Dictionary online says that the definition of bully is to seek to harm, intimidate, or coerce someone perceived as vulnerable. Many times, these instances of bullying are simply rude words between others. Childhood scuffles are a normal thing. It teaches kids to stand up for themselves and solve problems. I fight with kids at school all the time. It's a normal thing. When the issue becomes a direct threat to someone else's health, mental or physical, that's when it gets taken to another level. The second thing I would like to say tonight is that children are vulnerable and need their parents. I know that when I was a kid, I thought I knew everything. I thought I was so mature for my age, but I didn't understand everything. I was easily molded and changed by what I was told and influenced by. Parents should be the main orchestrators of a child's development and learning. Secrets should not be kept from them. It's their responsibility to teach their children so that they are equipped for when life hits them. That's not a teacher's job. If there's an issue in the home, then that's what should be addressed. The family should be given counseling and tools to heal the family so that they can build each other up. I know that if I were still a child, I would be scared and confused if I was in the public school system. I would not feel confident and I would doubt myself. I needed my parents to guide me at that age, and so does every child out there. So instead of taking the parent responsibility itself, the school should aim for restoring family relationships.
30 seconds.
Those of you out there that are or have been parents yourself, do you want secrets kept from you about your children, regardless of whether they are about genders or not? It's really something to think about before you ask for it. I'm fully against this policy. I believe it's doing a lot more hurt to children and parents than it is good, and it is concerning me deeply. Thank you for your time.
Zinga Berry, Ben Vale, Ann Lehman, Leah Ships.
No.
Okay, hi, my name is Zinga, and I'm from Friendship. I wanted to talk about the trans bathroom policy. I personally have to disagree with it. I personally believe that it's indecent and it must be hard to monitor, considering you can't even have security cameras in the bathroom. I know I find it uncomfortable to have bathroom situations like that. If you really want to protect the children of this age, I don't believe that this policy is in their best interest. One other point I wanted to make is that I think it is sort of unfair that those of us who disagree with that trans policies are branded with hatred. I just want to say that there's a difference between hatred and opinion. Thank you.
We're here being incredibly polite to each other. Well, I'm not going to say good evening, I'm going to say good night. I'm Ann Lehman from Waldeboro. Thank you so much for your endurance. Really appreciate everybody being here. I'm standing before you as a Christian. I'm the daughter, the stepdaughter, granddaughter, and niece of Christian ministers and educators. In preparation for this meeting, I looked through my Bibles to see where God, the Hebrew prophets, or Jesus said that children or the helpless should be persecuted. I didn't find any. What I did find was that in both the Testaments, we are told to honor and cherish God's creation. In Genesis, we're told that God looked at creation and saw that it was very good. I love that, very good. In Matthew, we're told that God cares even for a sparrow. And in Acts 11, we learn that God has granted grace even to people that the early Christians felt should be outcast. The ACAA policy provides guidance to the faculty and administration about how to deal with complicated situations. It lets LGBTQ+ and trans students feel seen and protected. It helps protect the school system from lawsuits, which would cost us taxpayer money. There have been no problems with it in 6 years. I see nothing Christian in efforts to remove it. I encourage you to be both practical and Christian and retain that policy. Thank you so much.
Still evening. Ben Vale, Walboro, father of 3 graduates, former employee of this district, and things work out, maybe we'll be again. I'm here to ask the board to give consideration to maintaining the policy and rescinding their actions at the last meeting. And there's been a lot of things said, rather than repeat it, I'd like to make 3 points. First of all, we've heard a great deal of testimony from students, almost entirely in support of this policy. The students, whether they are at whatever school level they are at, are the most important resource you have. And I urge you to listen, but also urge you to listen to staff, both in personal conversation with principals and reading from the last meeting. This is a policy that is working and is not causing problems that are being mentioned. This gets to my second point. I think this is a solution to a problem. You haven't had any problems. It's been in place for 6 years. Please keep this in place and support all your students. I can say as a middle school principal, students are by nature difficult, but we love them and we want to support all of them. That includes the students who may feel uncomfortable in addressing a trans student by the right pronoun. It doesn't have to be a disciplinary issue, it can be an education issue. Take the time and support both sides of this, but don't put students out or give them a message that you are intolerant by getting rid of these calls. Finally, listen to your community. You've had a lot. I applaud this board, both for the conversation about the book previously and about this policy. You have shown enormous patience and enormous regard for people's First Amendment rights by allowing all members to speak. However, I think the greatest weight should be given to members of this community, not members who come from outside. I personally can't picture going to Appleton or Wiscasset or Brunswick and discussing their policies. They can have the right to speak, but please give the greatest weight to the people that are of this community.
30 seconds.
I want to thank you again for giving everyone the opportunity to speak. I want to thank both sides for being polite, and I hope we will rescind your last action and keep the ball. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leah Ships. I'm a resident of Marlboro, parent of 2 children at another school. I wanted to hear the rest of what my friend Amy had to say, so I decided to read it. These are the same tactics used by some Christian factions throughout our history to justify Jim Crow laws and redlining, and to support segregation of Black and white folks in the South, to persecute queer people, to blame Latino and Hispanic immigrants unjustly, and to subordinate women. Transgender people are just the next vulnerable group of people targeted by these organizations, by this way of thinking, by this way of acting. Transgender students do not pose a threat to cisgender students. I wager that transgender students pose less of a threat due to the reality that they are often the subject of bullying, fear-mongering, and threats of harm, which makes them more private, more cautious, and more afraid. The hyper-focus of some directors on the fear that cisgender girls may view the genitals of transgender girls was simply a distractor. If the board actually cared about students, they would have moved to revise the policy instead of delete it. The espousal of concern over parent involvement and transparency, also a distractor. If the board actually cared about parents' concerns, they would have moved to revise the policy instead of delete it. We have the opportunity in all that we do to draw the circle wide enough to include us all. We may not look alike or think alike. We certainly won't always agree, but that's okay, so long as we treat one another with respect and dignity.
Segregating trans people, denying them the right to self-determination and the right to dignity is morally wrong. Whatever the results of the vote tonight, I would ask my community to show their support for trans kids with your vote on June 11th. Thank you all for listening.
Dorothy Peterson, Pam Miller, Linda Musabano, and John B.
Good evening, my name is Dorothy Peterson, I'm a resident in Waldeboro, and I'm gonna make this short because almost everything's been said. The only thing I can, concrete that I can add is, people have talked about this policy being redundant because there are protections at the state and federal level. And I would just say, if that's the case, then why are we spending so much time on it? Why don't we just leave it the way it is? And the other piece of that is, I don't think there are any guarantees at the federal or state level, political climate. So, and I think that, government belongs at the local level. This is where we know what our kids need. We know our neighbors, and we should be making the rules at this level, not depending on things being enforced from a higher level. I would also like to say that I'm proud to be part of a Christian community in Waldeboro that is inclusive. And I just feel that I'm glad my God isn't as small as some of the gods that I've heard described here tonight. I think the other thing I'm gonna drop what I was gonna say, but I think I've been really heartened by the young people at this meeting and at the last meeting, both trans, LGBTQ, and cisgender young people who spoke. And they spoke with such love and support of one another. So that gives me faith in the future. And I really feel that we're in good hands going forward, no matter what we do tonight. But I think we can do the right thing and keep this policy. Thank you.
John Burgess from Waldeboro. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to direct this, I'm addressing the school board members that are seeking the revocation of the AC AAA policy. I'm amazed that you are consuming an enormous amount of time, energy, and public resources opposing a policy that has been in place for, we discussed, 6 years without any, that hasn't had any documented negative impact on the school community. I'm disturbed that the focus of your energies has been this policy instead of addressing the unfulfilled teacher positions, decrepit facilities, academic achievement, and a lack of rational, when we have a lack of a rational budget plan that the taxpayers can digest. Please focus on the needs of the students and not students in the district, and not on theological distractions. Thank you.
Ezra Green, Brian Smith, Andy Conley, Logan Digger.
My name is Andy Conley. I'm from Washington. I'm a substitute teacher. And I know that you're all probably tired of hearing arguments at this point. And to that I say, it imagine how tired we are. Imagine what it's like to be an LGBT person right now, having your right to exist debated constantly. It's crazy to me how, for example, I never knew people cared so much about women's sports. Now every one of their mother has an opinion about it. This is the fault of far-right media cramming anti-LGBT propaganda down people's throats all day, every day, and they're swallowing it. And I'm sorry, I say this as sincerely as possible to those on this board who are voting to delete this policy. You are being brainwashed to fear something that you do not even understand in the slightest, and you should be embarrassed. To fear children, to fear the most at-risk group of children in our community right now. I know you know the suicide statistics at this point. Instead of kowtowing to parents whose children will not speak to them when they grow up because they have chosen not to love their child unconditionally. We should preserve the child's right to privacy, because if they have not told their parents about their identity, it is for a reason, because they fear punishment for something that they did not choose. And I've written a lot more here that has already been said, so I'd like to address some things that were said earlier. The first is, if we have infinite juice to give, which we do because respect costs nothing, why do we not want to give that to all of the children? I cannot comprehend this. And what rights does this policy give to transgender children that are not given to all the other children? Because last I checked, nicknames have always existed. And if a child says to me as a substitute teacher that they would like to go by a nickname, and I purposefully choose to call them the name that they have asked me not to say, that makes me a rude, disrespectful person. And if a child came to me and said, hey, my favorite color is blue, and at school I want to start wearing blue, but my parents, they hate the color blue, and if they know I'm wearing blue, I'm going to get kicked out. Guess what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to tell their parents. Because it's harmless. What harm does it cause to let kids experiment with their identity in school? No one has stated any tangible harm that this causes. None. These are irreversible changes that do not cause any lasting harm. We're not talking about setting up hormone clinics in schools. We're talking about names and pronouns, which can be changed just like that if the child decides that that's not who they are anymore. And I think that it is a shame that we are all here because we care about education. But somehow along the line, adults have decided that it's not their job to keep learning and educating themselves. I sincerely hope that you will take into consideration everything that you've heard today. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Ezra Thomason, and I currently attend Mother Middle School as an eighth. And first of all, I'd like to say that already on the school board, I see many faces that I know, and I hang out with their kids. I did not push my beliefs on them, and I have not forced anything on them. I'm just asking as a kid to be able to have friendships with cisgender kids too, and be respected by their parents, and that's all that we've ever asked for. And by removing this policy, we aren't asking for special treatment. You guys are the ones that have made us have to ask for it in society for years. We've been discriminated for years, and it's gotten to the point where we have had to ask for special treatment, so you guys don't get away with it. Because we are humans too, and our identity doesn't make us any less. You treat us sometimes like aliens, and that's not fair to us. We are just asking to be called another name, and it's not hard. It's just like a nickname, like he had just previously said. Thank you.
Logan Jefferson. I'm a farmer and a butcher. I've employed multiple people who live in this district, including working with an apprentice who recently graduated from Madonna. I'm a dad of a vibrant youngster who might choose to attend this high school, or choose to attend school with RSU 40. I also happen to be transgender. I graduated high school in 2003, but barely. I was sent to a small remedial education center where we made paper airplanes for physics. We watched movies loosely based on novels for literature. We went fishing for physical education. My high school experience was more akin to summer camp for elementary school kids aside from the scheduled smoke breaks. The other kids in my school had severe learning disabilities and alarming behavioral disorders. I, however, did not have either. I lost my senior class presidency election to a devout young neo-Nazi. If you didn't know, sitting across the table in math class from someone content to champion the demise of fellow humans is uncomfortable to most people. And still, we all needed support. We were all just kids who deserved an education. Very simply, I went to this remedial school because my needs for psychological and bodily safety were unmet in my public school. At public school, I stopped doing geometry homework because I didn't need to know anything about the Pythagorean theorem if I was going to be dead. After nearly dying by suicide, I spent a prolonged period out of school to recover. In that time, my younger brother was in fistfights because of what other kids were saying about me. My youngest sibling didn't get the attention or education they deserved because the school and my parents were preoccupied with my care. All of this because the school district didn't have any policy to support me or my family. They didn't provide me with the basic needs to be present in class and learn. But at least I'm alive. Previous to this time in my life, I was a high-achieving, smart, social, athletic kid who had a lot of friends, but high school is undoubtedly a really tough time, and periods of growth usually are. And so, Mr. Chairman, I offer my sincere compassion to the members of this board who are so uncomfortable with the societal change going on around them. Few know the struggle of change and resistance to adaptation more than trans people. Understand this evolution is being spearheaded by younger generations who now are children, to whom I am already a dusty, dated, binary old guy. No trans elders, while we have always existed throughout time, and everyone survives. For me, being trans wasn't about changing my gender, it was about finding it. And so I'm glad to stand here as myself, some regular, boring, tax-paying, middle-aged dad, to convey to you this that I know, the consequence of not fulfilling your obligation to protect the rights of every child in this district can be deadly.
Some people have left, but we just try. Ruby Elizabeth, Zach Reed, Mia Tavares, Brandon DeGurl, Peter Searle.
My name is Brendan McGurl. I live in Walboro. I'm here because I'm furious. I'm furious that you are putting kids at risk by rolling back this policy. I did K through 12 in MSA 40. When I was in Dog Valley High School, 3 of my classmates killed themselves. Immediately following a previous vote, there was an immediate spike in violence and harassment against trans kids at our schools. This will be the impact of your vote to rescind this policy, and I just want you to be aware of that. I want to thank everybody that opposes this policy, because look what you've done. You've rattled all of these people. And they are here to plot, plan, organize, strategize, and mobilize. And I'm so proud of all of them. I'm so impressed. That's all I have to say.
Hello, my name is Zach Reed. I grew up in Friendship and now reside in Warren. I graduated from Dog Valley High School in 2015. I have a trans friend and coworker who attends school at Dog Valley High. I'm worried about his safety if the policy protecting transgender and gender expansive students is eliminated, as well as the safety of those students whom I will never know. The rate of suicide among transgender people is incredibly high. According to survey data released by the Target Project, more than 50% of transgender and non-binary youth considered suicide in 2022. This statistic is affected by complex factors, including family socioeconomic status and support or lack thereof from family and peers. School may be the only outlet a transgender child has to express their true self, and that may very well be the sole determining factor in whether or not that child chooses to commit suicide. As a transgender man myself, I know firsthand the toll that a lack of support can take on one's mental health. Though I currently have a strong support network, I haven't always received a warm welcome. I brought my mother with me here tonight to attend this meeting, as she is one of my biggest supporters. I'm grateful that she was able to eventually accept my identity, and I hope that she is proud of me for standing here tonight to speak on an issue that I am passionate about. But I know that not everyone will be as fortunate as I have been. Some families will shun their transgender child, going so far as to kick them out of their home, or worse. Without the protections afforded by having this policy in place, I fear that the worst may happen to the children in our district. Please understand that your vote today will not only affect the lives of transgender students in RC 40, but may also have far-reaching consequences for many families throughout the United States. Your vote has the potential to set a precedent of human compassion and inclusion for the children who are this country's future. Do what is right for every child, not just the ones that you find palatable. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Maya Tavares. I live in Stockton Springs, but I'm a transgender graduate of Meeting-06 High School in 2001. I've heard from trans and queer young people, from a fellow trans elder. I was shocked when I found out that at 40 years old I qualified as a trans elder. Because of how fewer of us survive. You know the statistics. I'm glad we're talking about it. I didn't script anything. I wanted to be able to look at you and tell you what it was like for me at Meeting-06 High School. From 1999 to 2001, I came in as a sophomore. I did 2 years of high school in 1 year through mail correspondence to get out a year early because it was so dangerous for me. At the time, there was no such thing as a trans or gender expansive policy for students. I was the only out person at Meeting at the time. I was not out as trans. I didn't have that language for myself yet. I was queer, but that doesn't mean that my peers did not perceive me as breaking gender rules and as a gender expansive human being. I'm grateful for a person of faith who mentioned not all of us have the language. That doesn't change who we are, and that doesn't change how we're bullied. So daily, I have verbal slurs. I had pennies, they know that, especially a flick them in your head. One day I was walking with a friend of mine, she was just walking beside me and she had short hair. And people decided to start dating, and they started yelling at us, and a circle formed around us. I thought, this is as bad as it ever gets. I was shocked when a female member of the class below us stepped out and kicked my friend in the back in her locker. This was witnessed by administration, this was witnessed by teachers, this was witnessed by the entire board of the student body. Nothing happened. When I went to the vice principal and told her what happened, she said, well, what were you doing? She said, clearly no one would do this to you unless you were wanting to something.
30 seconds.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, how to have a senior year, I could have taken classes at the degree to which my grades afforded me. I could have bolstered my application to college. I'm the only person to ever graduate from college in my family. It was hard. I was doing double the work in half the time.
in order to get by with basic classes. That set me up for the education and access I had my entire adult life. Thank you.
I am Peter Charles. I am from Minot, Maine. I have people in the area that I'm concerned about. Before I tell you much about myself, I want to mention a famous name, Will Rogers. I think some people know him. And Will Rogers is famous for one quote in my life. And it is that all men are ignorant. Every one of us are ignorant. And the more that we know, the more we realize that. I'm from a teaching family. My mom was a teacher. One of the predecessors of the LGBT movement moved into my home with my mom as she was teaching. And I evicted him. But what I'm really amazed at tonight was the amount of information that we didn't get from pastors, from ministers, from those that work in the Word. I am ashamed of ministers and pastors and teachers. They're ignorant of the Word of God. We are all ignorant of the Word of God. We don't know a thing about the Word of God. If we knew the Word of God, we would not pretend to know God. We would have no qualm about being quiet about God. We don't know anything about God. God loved Jacob. God hated Esau. He hated him. The Lord our God says, love, cleave to that which is good, hate that which is evil. I have one line to read to you. And it is that our Lord Jesus Christ shall be revealed. Our Lord Jesus Christ shall be revealed from heaven with his mighty angels in flaming fire, taking vengeance upon all them that know not God and obey not the gospel of his Son Jesus Christ. Who shall be punished with everlasting destruction from the presence of the Lord and from the glory. Time is up.
James Wyland, Burton Wilcox, Julia Levenseller, Anna Weber.
James Newman, I'm from Waldoboro. I have 2 daughters in this district. I am freaking tired, guys. I should be in bed right now getting a pillow thrown at me because I'm snoring again. Can you please focus on the policies that everybody really wants to see? Leave this one in place. It's not harming anybody. Get back to focusing on infrastructure. If you're so worried about grades, deal with the rapid absenteeism we have in the district. That's a precursor to raising test scores. If you're worried about the teachers that are going to what they're providing, hire better teachers. Get a committee to do that. If you want to see a better culture where everyone's included, put more funding into arts, music, sports, science, technology. Our schools should be palaces. If the bathroom issue is such a big deal, build new schools. There are separate stalls that anybody can use. You would completely avoid the problem. This is not rocket science. There are so many other schools that have done these things across the globe. They're really easy to figure out. We could be the shining example. This district could be what everybody else in Maine bases themselves off of. We have an opportunity. It's not hard to do. It takes a little bit of work. I got two hands, I'll be on. And for all the trans kids around here, you want to save the place, come by anytime. You're welcome to a warm meal. And if you're worried about bullies, I'll stand right next to you, no problem. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Weber and I'm from Union. I'm 17 and I'm a senior at Dominic Valley High School. I'm here to express my unwavering support for the ACAAA policy and for the trans students that it protects. I want to note first that as it has been acknowledged before, removing this policy would not keep staff members from being required to follow the law. Case law and the Maine Human Rights Commission have specified that misgendering and misnaming students is considered discrimination, and all students have a right to use the bathrooms and locker rooms that align with their gender identity. I continually hear the argument that because this is law, removing the policy won't harm trans students. I have also, however, heard the claim that this policy is putting girls in the bathroom at risk and that its removal will keep us safe. This is contradictory. If your plan upon getting rid of the ACAAA policy is to continue upholding the law, then its removal would not do anything to change how bathrooms are used in our schools, considering that trans students are entitled to the correct bathrooms regardless. This reality exposes that opponents of the policy lack either an understanding of this law or lack an intent to uphold it, both of which are deeply concerning issues. My worry is that the true reason behind the removal of this policy, which seems to be an intent to disregard trans students altogether, is being covered by making false claims that will have no follow-through. I'm also going to add that as a girl, I feel no more fear with the policy in place that I'm going to be in danger in the bathrooms because there is no evidence that policies or laws like this one put us at greater risk. And if a man wanted to assault me in a bathroom, he is capable of doing so regardless, because someone who is about to do something illegal is going to be largely unbothered by the status of a policy and would enter the bathroom either way. This policy holds value not only because of the guidance it provides to teachers, but also because of the assurance it provides to students that they will be safe, seen, and heard. Students are looking to you to make decisions on our behalf. We are relying on you to do what is best for us because we don't have control over these decisions ourselves. If you hear our pleas and continue with the removal of this policy, you are showing us, the teachers, the parents, and the staff members in this district that your actions are not truly in our best interest. I strongly suggest that you think hard before making a decision that sends this message. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you all for being patient while we work through this process. My name is Burton Wilcox. I live right here in Union. But I'd like to start off with a little housekeeping. As we've seen now with these large crowds, I believe the preference should be the taxpayers of the district get to speak first. Not that I don't appreciate outsiders coming in with their opinions and views. I actually did enjoy hearing them. I just feel like the people affected should speak first. Thank you. Maybe consider that policy. And while we're talking policy, you guys know policy is not a law. Did you know you can change it whenever you want? Did you know that's your job, to sit here and listen to your constituents and form policies based off what we want? Have you looked around? What do these people want? I think you have your answer, so why don't you figure it out? So, I would like to recognize the fact that everyone in this gymnasium is here, although the numbers have gone down. You're all here because you care. But there's also a laughable amount of irony in this very room. But I'm not here to speak on that, but I do encourage you to reflect on tonight's meeting and perhaps arrive at the hypocrisy on your own. Not to mention, why don't you take a look at the roof and count how many ceiling tiles are about to fall on us. So,
Now that we all agree that we care about our students and children in the community, that is our starting common ground. We want what's best for the safety and quality of education for our children and the upcoming generation that will become our future. Not to mention, they will replace you. Here's my problem though. We all agree that we care about the children in our community, yet we want to remove a policy that protects children. Today is my 20th graduation anniversary from high school, oddly enough, not to mention my 9th anniversary to my beautiful wife, Rachel Wilcox. I'm starting to think a lot of people in the audience earlier has forgotten what school is like. To the other students' point, if things are going to go down, there's plenty of other places in the bathroom, and I know for a fact. So, consensual. It may not be a perfect policy, but it's a starting point to reach a solution that represents our children all around. And as a community and nation, we need to come to terms that we as people are progressive. People are living their lives as they want. The very function of liberty and freedom. Okay? You guys understand that? I'm not affiliated with any party. I am completely independent. In fact, I'm an American. I'm also an informed citizen that is set up with the basic human rights and civil liberties of the we are convinced we come in a nation. Who cares? Everybody agrees to it. Well, here's the thing. Please consider that policy.
I'm Julie Levenseller. I'm a resident of Walboro, the principal of middle school. I have two action items I'd like to speak about very briefly. First, I'm here to speak in support of our district literacy plan that has been carefully designed by a team of 30+ teachers and administrators from all schools and grade levels. It represents at least a year and a half of careful thought, research, and discussion that will carry us forward in providing the most effective literacy instruction for all students in our district. In addition, I want to urge you again to vote against deleting policy ACAAA. We've all heard we don't have to have this policy, but it sends a statement to all these students that you see here. No matter the outcome of this action item, as an administrator in RC 40, I will continue to follow state and federal law. I will use what will become an administrative procedure, and I will remain an ally for our LGBTQ+ students and staff.
Thorne Weaver, Bill Moody, Elson Price, David Sewers.
My name is Thorne Weaver. I live in Walboro. And we've been hearing a lot of rhetoric and this building this narrative of trans kids die, trans kids never make it. Obviously that's not true because look around. It's private. And I know that nothing that I say here is going to make that much of a difference to anybody on this board. So I'm going to use this time to talk to the kids and say, find your people and look around and see that they're right here. And the people who have stuck around until like, what is it, almost midnight? They're all ones waving flags. And we're here for you, and we're never going to back down to that. Because when trans kids are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. And I have been steeped in trans joy and queer love. And she's standing over there too. And when I was in high school and I was the only trans kid that I knew, I never thought that this world could be possible. but it's right here. And there is nothing that any policy or lack thereof can do to take that away from us. Because we take care of us. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Sowers. I'm from Friendship. An awful lot has been said here. I was a former school board member myself. Went on the school board and I thought I knew everything. And by golly, I didn't know it. I had to sit and listen. Take it all in, from the teachers to the superintendent, my other board members. And I came with some expertise and I was able to use that for where I had it. But and it worked out well for me, and it worked out well for the school district. We built a brand new school. I got a prayer from Mark Worth, an Ellsworth minister, that I thought is apropos to much of what we're talking here, and maybe other things. He said, "Remind us, because we all forget from time to time, especially in the noisiness of what passes for political debate today, that we are not only leaders, but also servants. That it is our responsibility to serve the common good of all the people of the great state of Maine. May we be humble, help to ask, what do we need to learn? How might we need to change? And to whom do we need to listen? Remind us that everyone, gay, straight, transgender, black or white, Indigenous, American, African, Asian, Christian, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, agnostic, or atheist, everyone is our neighbor. And that throughout the ages, prophets have called the leaders of the people to respect and protect the least of those among us. Our children, the elderly, the poor, those who are hungry, those who have no homes, those who are ill in body, mind, or spirit, the strangers, the immigrants in our midst, those who live on the margins, those who are alone, those who are forgotten, may we respect one another. As a voter, I can speak from experience. I never leave the mooring without the engine running, without the sails ready, without the crew instructed, and without my charts. I see this policy as all of those. Without policy, without those instructions, without the ready to go,
30 seconds.
we're done. So don't leave the dock until you have your policy. And if you have your policy, keep it and work on the policy at the dock, not while you're sailing the ship, the school district. Get your policies the way you want them and keep what you have. Thank you.
Cassidy Dinsmore, Sarah Rich, William Benner, Amelia Winters.
Hi, my name's Cassidy Dinsmore. I live in Marlboro. I have two daughters in the school system. My oldest actually had to leave the school system. She had difficulties with feeling comfortable in school because of who she was. I just wanted to say that, for both my kids, I think this policy is important. I think that we need to maintain this safe space for all kids. Speaking from my own experience in life, I'm transgender. I struggled my whole life with it. I grew up in the 1970s and 80s, and there was no safe space for us back then. In fact, I had to pretend to be somebody I wasn't in order to get through and survive my school years. I made it through years later, I had much more difficulty. And it wasn't until 12 years ago that I finally came out transgender, because it was either that, I was choosing life or choosing faith. It was going to be the end of me if I didn't come to terms with it. And I worry about my daughters, and I worry about other children having to endure the same thing. Things have changed for the better for transgender people. And I wish to see that continue. As far as the bathroom policy, all I can say is what I know of transgender people like myself. We're in there to use the bathroom, that's it. The stalls in most bathrooms nowadays are so tight, you couldn't see in them if you wanted to. So it's an easy fix if we have, people peeking in stalls. They're already committing a crime. So I don't think that that's a legit fear.
30 seconds.
I personally, the first time I used the ladies' room I was terrified. And after I successfully got through that, I felt on top of the world, and I've never gone back. Thank you.
I'm Sarah Rich. I'm a resident of Waldeboro. I'm reluctant to leave the house after 8 p.m. So the optics really agree. I really care about this issue, which is why I'm here. I was a high school teacher, and having policies like this to support navigating these ambiguous situations, especially when most of us have not done it before, is crucial. Having all of the different staff be on the same page, having students aware of what the policy is, it makes these things take up less space. It helps trans kids get what they need without it becoming something that is a distraction. So if you want less time and attention spent on this in schools, if that's your goal, having clear policies that everyone's on the same page about helps accomplish that. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Amelia Winters. I use they, them pronouns. I live in Union and I teach at McDonald Middle School. I'm so very grateful that other people went before me, because I honestly had a hard time coming up with words to say, which is odd because I am an English teacher. Words are kind of my thing. I struggled with the multitude of feelings that I have into the right words. Words that would make sense to people who have not experienced what I and all of our trans students have and will experience in our lifetimes. I think the only word that works right now is hurt. I am hurt by the message that I don't matter, that our students don't matter, by the idea that a board elected to champion education is putting their own personal beliefs and agendas above the well-being of the students in our district. Voting to delete this policy does not change the law. It doesn't change the rights that students have. All of the arguments that I've heard against this policy are actually arguments against laws. Deleting this policy will not change any aspect of laws and protections. All you are doing is harming staff's ability to navigate the law in a clear and concise manner across the district. What you are doing is sending a clear message to students that you do not feel safe, that you do not care that they feel safe at school.
Kelsey Knight Moore. It's either Luke or Louise Phillips. Crystal Morgan. Ray Burnham, maybe, Burnham, Union.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Moore, and I am a new Union resident. I came and I stayed because I was dismayed to hear about how the vote went last time. I have a small child in this school, and I grew up in Maine. I lived away for a long time, and I've returned to this community to raise my kid, and I hope that I've come to a loving and inclusive place. And I know from having listened to the board meeting last time that what we're doing is also creating a digital document that lives on YouTube. And I want to speak and be counted and be heard, because it is something that will exist beyond this evening. And I hope for this community that is feeling frightened and feeling that their needs are not being met, that at least they know that there are old guard community members and there are new guard community members that are here and support them, and that this is a place where people care to stay up very late and be here. And if there's a dark time, you might sit and watch a board meeting on YouTube. Thanks. I'm very much in support of keeping this policy, please. Please, we can start. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Link Phillips, and I live in Old Grove, Maine, and I have to wake up in 5 hours to go to goats. So at the last school meeting, board meeting, and this school board meeting, one of the things that really stood out to me was members of the board and members of the public stating that because a law exists, this policy does not need to exist. And if you'll permit me a quick analogy, I'm a farmer, a dairy farmer specifically, and if you don't know, farming and dairy farming specifically are by laws and regulations. You have to keep milk at a certain temperature, you're not allowed to use certain valves, a long list of laws that dictate what we can and cannot do in dairy farming. I would never expect someone I hire to work on my farm to just know the laws. I would not expect them to independently research and work through slogs of very difficult to read, very difficult to understand legal procedure. I would have, and I do have, a nice little sheet written. This is how you do this. This is how you keep the temperature at this. A long list of precise procedures to allow them to follow the law. I cannot imagine expecting teachers to also make this slog through the law. We don't pay them enough to be teachers. We certainly don't pay them enough to be lawyers as well. All I can really say is that policies like this exist to give teachers very straightforward, specific steps that they can follow to adhere to the law. And there's no reason to make their jobs any harder than they are already. And finally, to those suggesting that the policy is poorly written and needs to be fixed, wonderful, fix it. It does not make sense to get rid of a policy without having a replacement. If we want to fix it, let's do that.
Crystal Morgan, Waldeboro. A couple of quick things first, whoever brought these, thank you. I especially like the flags because apparently the bigger flags weigh too much, make you tired, you have to call them running. Secondly, directed out to the students, but I'd also open that up to even young adults. If you are experiencing domestic violence because you are an LGBTQ member, I would like to offer myself as tribute to your mom. And as a bonus, I come with a preset number of brothers and sisters who would love to love, support, and respect you. Now, down to this. There was a lot I wanted to say today, but then I found out we only had 3 minutes. So I'm going to set aside my experiences as a loud and proud LGBTQ mama, my memories as a student, the policies, the rhetoric, and the beliefs, and stick to what is most important, which is student safety. The first line of the transgender and gender expansive student policy reads, the purposes of this policy are to 1, foster a learning environment that is safe and free from discrimination, harassment, and bullying. Removing this policy is potential removal of that safety. If you want to remove the policy because you feel it is not written well enough, or there are gaps in the safety measures, which honestly, these are the only reasons you should even be considered against, then definitely write a new one. In fact, I'm sure there are plenty of people here today still that would love to help you with that. However, as school board members, if you truly uphold RSU 40's core values and adhere to your own code of ethics and responsibilities, you cannot, in good conscience, vote to remove this policy without a better one to immediately take its place. In doing so, you would send a damaging message to the district and create a dangerous gap in the safety of the students you are meant to protect above all else. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Ray Burnham, I live in Union, been here since 2012. My pronouns are they, them. I'm non-binary, I'm 54 years old. I was non-binary in the 70s, I was non-binary in the 80s, I was non-binary before there was a word for it, and I'm still here. This policy gives guidance to implement the law. The law won't change, but now we won't have a way to do it. It's going to put a target on little kids' heads and backs. It's going to increase bullying. It's going to increase discrimination. And it's going to let teachers know and other kids know that it's okay to disrespect these kids. I have yet to hear one example of a person harmed by this policy. There is a vast, yawning gulf of difference between being harmed by discrimination and feeling uncomfortable because someone's identity is unfamiliar. That's all I have to say.
All right, I am down to the last 4 names. So, if I haven't said your name and you thought you were expecting me to, can you just come in and see me and I'll double check. I'm not adding your names, it's up to Danny, I guess. But the last 4 names I have are Ray Thomas, James Cook, Jeff Pendleton, and Clara Frank. Hello, my name is Sarah Frank, and I'm from Washington. I'm a junior at Dog Valley High School. December 8th, I lost a very beloved tennis coach. He meant the world to me. He died by suicide. To my knowledge, he was not part of the LGBTQIA+ community. However, he is still missed. 3 weeks ago, I almost lost my best friend to suicide. She is part of the LGBTQIA+ community, but she's not transgender. I wrote a speech for the school board speech on this. It was about the stigma of suicide, and I'd like to read through a passage. In 2021, according to the CDC, there are 48,183 suicides. That's about 130 deaths every day or 1 death every 11 minutes.
According to NBC News, there are more than 50,000 suicides in 2023. Suicide is the leading cause of death in adults. In the United States, about 12.3 million adults have thought about suicide, 3.5 million actually made a plan, and 1.7 attempted suicide. I was astonished, blown away. If that's bad for adults, and what's it for adolescents, kids my age or even younger? Thinking about it scares me. A study done by Seattle University found that 46% of adolescents they talk to experience stigma or unwanted assumptions from families, suggesting that suicide is the answer. But isn't family supposed to protect us? In that same study, 35% said they experienced stigma from teachers, actions showing fear and avoidance, dislike, and underestimation. They're supposed to be our mentors, correct? Then, 62% said they experienced stigma from peers, which can, and for some, have led to social rejection. I've lost people who killed themselves, and I know of people who have, or know people who have. I know that by deleting this policy, which we have heard from many other people, especially this child that killed themselves and will be buried by their church community, that it exists. Hearing it pains me more and more, and I hope that you have the same humanity that we do, and if we lose more members of the trans community to suicide,
30 seconds.
then that's a problem. Please don't delete it, because we love those who are in it, and we'll be devastated and broken. It is life or death.
I guess I'm the last one.
Well, I've got two more. You can go. Wait, I said your name, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
All people on the board, I'm Jeff Pendleton from Warren, Maine. I put 3 children through the school district and never thought I'd see myself coming to the school to speak in front of a crowd. But after reading Village Soup the other night and seeing what some of the board members have proposed, it really enraged me. I had a wake-up call 3 years ago. My eldest child came out. And in coming out, I realized some of the ignorance over the years that I had spewed out of my own mouth due to my own ideological and beliefs about the gay community. And I'm not good with all pronouns. This is a learning experience for all of us. But what's even more troubling to me is seeing some of these board members, and some of the people on the side as well, and I'm not going to say any names, but there's an old saying, you shouldn't be really changing policies or dictating when you don't have a horse in the race. And a lot of the people I've listened to tonight, and some of the board members, and again, I know I can't speak any names, but this is obviously politically charged and theologically charged. Some of these board members are pushing a political and religious agenda that has no concern for the students. This sector of our community deserves our respect and protection. It's not hurting anyone to keep this policy in place. And I am hoping that there will be a change in the vote, because these people, they're just like all of us. They may dance to a different song, but they have the right to their life. And we have no business pushing our religious views, especially a lot of the people that have spoken here tonight don't have kids in the district. They've homeschooled them, or they've gone to local Christian academies. And I've said here tonight, respectfully, keeping my mouth shut while these people are trying to dictate the policy for people that have kids in the school district and they don't. And I don't appreciate that. I don't come to your church meetings and tell you how to pray. Don't try to dictate how to protect these children. You're not doing these children any service. You're just serving yourselves. And that's all I am saying.
All right, last two. Steve Holland,
Jacob Siegel.
Hello, I'm Jacob Siegel from Union. I'm a 2016 graduate of Atomic, and I went to this very school from 2003 to 2010. And I just want to start off by saying it warms my heart to see all the support for the trans community here. This is the majority. This is the loud and proud majority, the real majority. And I just want to say it also is so nice to see now to have like this support. Because when I was in school, it really wasn't there. Like even, like I said, I graduated 8 years ago and it wasn't there. Being someone who has very much questioned gender through their entire lives, it would have been so much better to have that support and understanding through my childhood. And at 26, I'm still figuring things out. I'm finally accepting things, I'm figuring things out, and it's been wonderful. There's been so many wonderful supportive people and events, but it would have been so much nicer to have that support when I was younger. And I just wanted to add about the redundancy claim. I just want to know if any of you guys are against redundant safety measures for heavy equipment. They're there, so if one thing fails and fails to protect a person, that other safety measure is there to protect them too. So if you are against that, I mean, hey, that's you. Get crushed by a machine. But we are here to protect and support our peers and our students. Thank you.
Today is 12:08. The audience with the public is over. And sorry to prolong this any longer. But we'll take a short break. We will come back at 12:18.
First action item is approving student representatives on the full-time representatives, Christopher Harris and Julie Hine, and the alternate, CJ.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions?
I don't question, I just want to say that we had interviewed about 16 students that were interested in participating, and they called it amazing. It was really hard to choose, and I'm just really glad that we had so much interest this year.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Next up is approved teacher nomination. Wendy Northrup, teacher, Friendship Village School.
So moved. Second.
Yes. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 1,000 to 0. She's on. Okay. Next up is approved administrator nomination. Joshua Snyder, principal, Madonna Middle School.
Make a motion.
Second. Thank you, guys.
So do Julie and Susan. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? 1,000 to 0. Congratulations. Next up is approved district literacy.
So move second. I'll get it all.
So,
I moved it. You know what?
I probably.
You did at least get her.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions? Go ahead.
I just have a comment. At that meeting, it got pretty heated, and I heard a lot of, after the meeting, there was a lot of emails from a lot of teachers supporting this program, so I hear you. I feel as a school board member, we have to ask the tough questions, so that's why it got a little heated. I also wanted to be a voice to the teachers that felt that they couldn't speak on this subject, that were not being allowed to share their opinion, or they felt uncomfortable sharing their opinion. We had put a few letters in regards to that, more letters in favor of this plan, so I just wanted to point that out. That is, I feel that's my job.
Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm tired and I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
What was that?
I know, right?
The motion is to approve the district literacy plan.
Oh.
And no one moved it, Brooke seconded.
I'd like to say something brief.
Go ahead.
One of my concerns about this, it's a deep concern, is that there will be the elimination of using certain curriculum other than what's going to be proposed for being adopted. At our last learning committee meeting, we saw a slide that showed us how many kids are referred to special ed, how many meet that criteria and begin to receive intervention help, and the number of those students who were tested but didn't qualify for additional help. And it's those kids, I believe, who will be most negatively affected by this sweeping shift. They're the ones who will fall through the cracks. They're the ones who, even with this research-based curricula, will need a different approach. But the materials that might be the way that works for that child will no longer be available. Teachers need many tools in their toolbox because kids learn in many different ways, and I don't see this plan supporting that.
Any other board members want to speak? Okay. Again, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay. Abstentions? Okay. There's nobody for. $7:30. 42. What was it, 142? 128. Motion passes 7:30 to 142 to 128. Next up is approved job descriptions as recommended by the Personnel Negotiations Committee. There's the assistant principal, assistant superintendent, and athletic director.
So,
Is that work? No.
Emily.
I'll second it.
Matthew, did you second it?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 1,000 to 0. Next up is approved policies for second reading. Noah?
I'd like to make a motion to approve policy GBN, family and medical leave, for a second read.
second.
Who seconded? I'm sorry. Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? 1,000 to 0. Motion passes 1,000 to 0.
I'd like to make a motion to approve policy JLG-R, the education of homeless children and youth procedure, for a second reading.
Second.
Brooke seconded again.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions from board members? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes 1,000 to 0. Next up is approved second reading of policies for deletion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve policy ACAAA, transgender and gender expansive students, for a second reading of deletion.
Second.
Is that your Josh? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments?
Can you clarify, Danny or Noah, if we oppose deletion, then we're gonna vote no on this?
Correct.
What about, apologize for being the new guy still, what about an opposing view? This friendly amendment keep hearing about? Because I have something I would like to say, but I don't know when it's appropriate, but I don't want this to get lost in the moment.
I will put you on the list to speak. I have Nicole and then I'll put you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? Any other? Okay, I'll come back. Sandy. Okay, Nicole, go ahead.
A lot of people tonight kept asking why. So as I listened, I wrote down a lot of the reasons that I already knew why I was in favor of deleting this policy. So I want to answer some of these questions. This is not about religion and it's not about politics. I don't hate anyone. I am not a hateful person. You can be whatever you want to be, believe what you want to believe. That's fine. I am in favor of that. We are here to keep all staff and students safe. Everyone here has a differing opinion on how that's accomplished. That is why we have a school board and we vote. We are the adults and the parents. We are taking into consideration all of the students. We have to make the tough decisions, even if it's hard to hear or not what you want to hear. Parental rights is a huge reason for me. A lawyer states that this policy doesn't specifically involve a parent. It allows us to keep parents in the dark. It just happened in South Bristol, and they had this exact same policy. If kids don't feel safe at home, we have protocols for that. It's called mandated reporting. The argument about special education having their own policy, those students have diagnoses or have gone through the extensive process to get an IEP. That's entirely different than what we're discussing right now. Do the transgender students have a medical diagnosis to receive this special treatment? The argument for guidelines for teachers. We just talked about the deletion of the non-required meal policy tonight. We will put forth a protocol to handle these situations. A lot of districts don't have this policy at all. Close to home, Camden Rockport, Rockland, St. George, Augusta, to name a few. There's a large population of staff and students in this district. A small percentage of the population was here last time and here tonight. They all could have sent us emails the past 2 weeks saying they're in favor of keeping this. I didn't hear a word. And this is a redundant policy. Bullying is taking place regardless if we are going to have this policy or not have this policy. Then we have a bullying problem, and that's across the board, not just the transgender students. So then we as a district need to be better at taking care of the situation of bullying, which we have a policy for. That's it.
What's that for now?
Yep.
Okay, Joseph?
I don't even know if it's the appropriate time to say it, but I'd really like to see this table. And instead of approaching it this way, is creating some sort of a committee. I don't know what the selection process would be, but of all interested and involved and affected parties, you know, it could be people who put their name in the hat. It could be selected school members, faculty, whatever it may be, because the only thing I see happening right now is I know how I feel, and I feel very confident that I made the correct decision on the first vote. I didn't have a lot of time to think it out completely, and I think the better way is to have this committee, and the amount of division in this room and the presumptions from both sides of the aisle are not only incorrect, but they will halt progress forever. And if we don't do something different than what we did last time, then we are going to revisit this again and again and again, and the divide will get wider, and we will never meet in the middle if we don't do something better than what we just did a couple weeks ago.
Yes, it was a presentation. Hey, no one, Joshua, you could do it as, you mentioned about wanting the tables. You could ask for a friendly amendment to table it. And it's up to be up to know since he made the motion. But you want to accept a friendly amendment. As far as getting a committee together, that would be considered an ad hoc committee.
I like that.
The board would have to approve that, so that would have to go on another agenda. So just want to mention that.
I know it sounds exhausting, but not everybody in this room is feeling represented, and almost everybody's feeling misrepresented. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Misrepresented with an ED at the end. And no one's come up with a better way to do it than what we've done, which is just combative at this point. So I think doing the ad hoc is the way to go. So I'm asking for the friendly amendment for what I just spoke of.
Yes.
This is just progress for the sake of progress at this point, casting this vote right here and right now. It's not productive.
I personally believe if we want to move forward with ACAAA, I believe it needs to be a ground up rebuild. And I don't want a ad hoc committee to get bogged down and stuck for weeks trying to fix something that I personally believe is not perfect. We have, as has already been mentioned, districts around us that will not adopt this policy because of its own flaws. We were kind of the first ones in to adopt it. We saw another district who had to reference and use this policy in a situation that came up. It is no longer even listed on their district website in their policies. Great Salt Bay does not list this policy anymore. I don't know if that means they have repealed it, removed it, or what, but I cannot find it on their website. Our neighbors, Camden does not have it. RSU3 does not have it. Rocklands is a total rewording. I would personally rather see a ground up rebuild than continuing with something that other districts have already acknowledged is flawed. And so with that in mind, I would say no to the friendly.
Okay. So when would that process start? Because I don't understand.
It would have to take place after this vote.
Like immediately after this vote?
No, we gotta go home tonight, Joe. We just gotta go home.
No, I mean, just the motion to rebuild the policy. I mean, when can that be cast? Because this is not working. You know, it's not.
Normally during the summer, the only committee that meets is the finance committee. Normally committees do not meet in July.
Okay.
Next I have Emily.
One more speech. I'm sorry. My name is Dr. Emmy Trask Eaton. I'm a family practice doctor. Trained in biology. I am a practitioner, not a research, what's the word I want? Practitioner, anyhow. And it's late and I may have some words I can't pull out fast enough. First of all, my question to all of you is, what is our business here? Our business here is public education. It's not personal opinion education. I need to say that. By the way, there's one big red herring. I hear it over and over again, and that's the bathroom issue. Any woman who has stood in line to go to a public bathroom, long lines, while the men just keep walking by and going into the male bathroom, knows that we don't know how to build and design bathrooms. And we need to know how to do that in schools. We need to make facilities for our entire population. That was supposed to be funny. It's not. I have used men's bathrooms because there were so many women in line, right? You're not alone. I know. Okay. So science changes over time. I first took biology in 1962. At that point, the DNA double helix had just been proposed by Watson and Crick. I get the names right? It wasn't in our biology books. I fortunately had a biology teacher who had the foresight to teach it to us because she knew it was incredibly important information and was going to change our lives. I'm not an expert on embryology, but I understand it pretty well. Someone said to me when this whole issue first came up, DNA doesn't change. Well, it doesn't change, that's correct, but DNA has many, many jobs. Hormonal and endocrine production are very much involved in sexuality development. It's very complex. Many other jobs happen. And we all can agree that XX is female, XY is male, but that's just the beginning. That's not the end. Do you know about XXY people? They exist. It's called Klinefelter syndrome. They have atypical genitalia and malformations. What does that got to do with anything? How about XO? O is just a place marker. The only genetic definition there is X. That's Turner syndrome. Turner syndrome folks have different body types, tend to be female, all they have is an X. And they have underdeveloped ovaries. This is science, people. It's medical. It's medical science. It's more than medical science. How about XYY, double Y syndrome? Mitochondrial metabolic disorders. Okay, half of us don't even know what that means. They have malformations of the nervous system, the face and neck, of the respiratory system, and other things. Some of those folks survive, some do not. I had a patient once, fully female, XX, a little different body type, identified as female. She had a full beard that she shaved every morning. What's that? Unfortunately, she was treatable with hormones and endocrine substances. That was within the last 10 years. 40 years ago, she would have lived her entire life shaving her beard every morning. She was married every morning. So there's something called the blood-brain barrier. It is a protective, it's not a substance, it's a barrier around the brain that keeps out toxins, so the brain is not damaged by viruses. Anaplasmosis can cross the blood-brain barrier, which is why it's such a dangerous illness. Lyme disease does not. Substances like that, differences like that. Hormones do pass the blood-brain barrier, hormones and endocrine substances. So they affect the emotions and the thoughts of people. They also control sexual organ development. If there is an imbalance either within the brain or within the body. We're talking now early embryology when we all look like tadpoles. And there's some major stuff going on. If you have an imbalance, you can have female emotions and thoughts and male structural development, male anatomy. You see where I'm going with this? Sexuality is on a spectrum. It's not just male, female. There is a spectrum depending on the wash of hormones and endocrine during that early embryologic stage. And every point on that spectrum is normal. Normal. We're all normal. We're different, but medically, scientifically, it's all normal. And scientists know that now. Some toddlers, 2, 3 years old, they know they're different. They don't understand sexuality, so they don't get that part of it, but they know they're different. They choose different toys. They choose different clothing. They're not making a choice to be different. They just are different. They play differently. However, by around the age of 11, most people understand their sexuality. Some people earlier, some people later. But children in the toddler years are already showing signs. They don't choose it. It has to do with the hormones and the endocrine substances. And then one other thing I want to address is, if a parent doesn't understand the development of gay and transgender people, and if they reject their child's attempt to discuss what they're feeling, whatever the age is, because the kids, they don't know. They don't understand. They just know they're different, and it's not good to be different in our culture. That child isn't going to talk to that parent because they're judged. They're going to find someone else to talk to. And who else is there for that child? If there's not a family member that they feel safe talking to, who are the other people in their lives? I don't even have to say. In this district in, I believe it was 1992, the early 1990s, there was a rash of suicides. Brandon mentioned it. Turns out he and my daughter were in school at that time. My daughter lost 3 friends to suicide. A 4th child survived an attempted suicide. They didn't feel safe. They were bullied. This is Medallic Valley High School. I'm not saying that these 4 kids are gay or transgender. I don't know that about them, but I'm saying they didn't feel safe and they didn't understand fully the situation they were in. Was it worth it to lose those 4 kids? We haven't lost anyone lately, but I've talked to people tonight in other schools. We've lost people recently to suicide. If what I said here tonight doesn't work for you, think about this. I'm talking specifically to the school board members. The teachers tell you they need guidance when kids come to them. Teachers don't want to hide things from parents. That's not what they do. They want to be collaborative with parents. Kids tell us they don't feel safe. They don't know how to handle or even understand the situation they're in. Put away your personal beliefs, I beg you. Right or wrong, there's no judgment here. Help the teachers manage this topic according to state law, which the policy does. Help young people feel safe and comfortable for one simple reason, and that is, in both cases, they're just asking for help. The teachers and the students are just asking for help. Let's keep them alive.
Table it to. It's very.
When I was nominated 2 years ago to be a student representative on this school board, I have to say, I never would have imagined that I would be the sole reason for the politicalization of juice boxes. If at some point those juice boxes start becoming a facet of campaign ads or posters, I would gladly accept a check from Juice and Juice Company. I guess it's almost poetic in a way that the walls of this gym that I spent my former years in, I'm a proud graduate of Union Elementary School, that we have these values on the wall. The writing is on the wall, so to speak. You have words like teamwork, and I applaud my colleague Joseph for trying to get us to work together with one another, because there's been a lot of back and forth all evening. There was a lot of back and forth at the last meeting. If we can come together and work together on a solution that we can all at least be a part of, I think that is far more productive and far more people will be happy with than what we're doing right now, which is very divisive for both sides of the issue. We had many people come on both sides representing their viewpoints and their very real realities and lives that they live in. Now, I, for one, agree that there are facets of this policy that should be amended, or should be changed, or should be gotten rid of. But at the end of the day, the policy is protecting people and is also protecting teachers and the school district and providing them guidance. I think that Joseph's friendly amendment to create an adjunct committee, is that correct, Dan? Ad hoc, something to that effect. It's almost 1 a.m., folks. Is a rational step forward for really coming up with a solution that we can all at least partially get behind, as opposed to just half of us. Thank you, Dan.
I just wanted to thank everyone who came out tonight. I do appreciate hearing from everyone that's been here. Cultivating pride in our schools and in our district has always been a top priority for me. School and community pride, that's why I'm here. Well, this polarizing topic has brought you here. I hope that you continue to stay and stay informed with all the good work happening at RS 240, because I promise there really is a lot to be proud of. It is here. There's a few things I wanted to point out in board policy. BBAA, board member authority and responsibility. The RS 240 board derives its legal authority from the state constitution, state statutes, and regulations of the State Board of Education. The board functions within the framework of laws, court decisions, attorneys general's opinions, and similar mandates from the state and national levels of government. This does include the Maine Human Rights Act. Board policy, BCA, board member code of ethics, has a couple of points I'd like to highlight. B, at all times, think of students first. Base decisions on how those decisions will affect students, their education, and their training. N, welcome and encourage cooperation and participation by teachers, administrators, and other personnel in developing policies that affect their welfare and that of the students they serve. We've heard from a number of admin and teachers asking us to keep this policy in place. R, always recognize that the board is an agent of the state. and as such will abide by the laws of the state and the regulations formulated by the Maine Department of Education, the State Board of Education, and the federal government. As I stated a few weeks ago, this is not the venue to make the changes you seem to be looking for. I've heard this from someone opposing the policy, referring it to as a symbolic victory. There's no winners here. I have a few clarifying questions for Mr. Nolan. If this policy is deleted tonight, how exactly will you be advising your administrators in managing transgender student issues?
I was just going to speak to that, but so I'm glad you asked. Because I was thinking about Joseph's question and the idea of having an ad hoc committee. So if you do vote tonight to delete the policy, I feel like this is a complex issue, and the policy provides guidance, also provides transparency. And by the way, it's also one place where it does speak to parental involvement as related to this topic. But in the absence of having a policy, I feel like I have to use it as an administrative procedure so that we'll continue to be able to provide guidance for our administrators in a way that's consistent across the district and to help ensure that we're following what the law requires us to do.
So deleting this policy doesn't create any change in how USRS reporting will care for these students. We'll continue to follow this guide, and administrators will require their staff to continue to follow this guide. My question to those that are opposing this policy, please tell me exactly why you do not want our community to have access to this information. We are still going to follow this guideline. It is the law after all. Please explain to us why you think it is beneficial to keep this information from the public, because that is what is happening.
Next is Sandy.
Well, good morning, everyone. So I feel our responsibility as parents, board members, and teachers is to teach our students to be responsible, conscientious, and productive adults. We need to show them that there is diversity of life in all aspects. We also need to help them realize that their personal preference does not, should not dictate their worth or undermine their contribution to our society. Yes, there is a law that says that they're protected, but apparently they don't feel safe. We need to make them feel protected. Yes, life is difficult as it is. We need to guide, not judge. And I would like to make a friendly amendment that we leave this policy in effect until the policy committee comes back with the new policy. Instead of deleting this, come back with a new policy. Not necessarily an ad hoc. Yeah, I agree with that, but to delete, not to delete this, but to leave it in effect until you come back with the policy. Is that, would you accept that as a friendly amendment? Because there's aspects that go both ways. But we need not to keep divided. This is my last night here, and it just breaks my heart to see this. The students come first. Now, do I have to just ask no, or do I need a second on that to ask no? No.
I truly believe the best way forward is starting from scratch. So no.
Referring to that we don't delete it and come back with a full policy before we delete it, or?
We do delete it. We do delete it, and the policy committee can start from scratch. They can build something that everyone can be proud of. That does include everyone.
Okay, even though you go from scratch and you don't delete it, correct?
You'd have to look at the policy you currently have. And Mr. Nolan has already said it would be an administrative thing if we delete it. So the protections will still be there.
Okay. So I think, you know, that we need to guide these kids, not judge these kids. So I'm gonna vote to keep the policy.
If I don't want to.
I at first thought I wasn't gonna say anything, but this is pretty short. After the last meeting, I was interested to see if there were other districts in our state that did not have this policy. So I found a listing of all the main school districts. You can't see the print. I could barely see the print because it's so tiny, but it's like 3.5 pages. All the school districts, RSUs, MSADs, and school departments and individual schools. And I went through this list. There are 24 listings. I went through every single one of them. I wanted to make sure anything I found was accurate, because some of the schools that were listed as individual were actually part of an RSU or an MSAD, and I didn't want to count things twice, because that would not be accurate. So, 224 school districts, well, let's just say for ease, in our state. Out of those 224 listings, 25 had no information, either no website or no policies listed on their website, so I got no information from them. 39 listings, 39 school districts in the entire state of Maine include or have policy AC AAA. 160 do not. They have other policies in place. Someone mentioned them earlier, policy AC, policy ACAA, JFCK, all of which address sexual harassment and bullying. That 25% of people who, or districts where there were no information is 11% of Maine. The 39 who do have policy ACAA is 17% of Maine. The 160 districts that do not is 71% of Maine, who do not view this as a viable, or view it as an imperfect policy. Do with that information what you want, but I just wanted people to have it.
Thanks, Derek. Yeah.
I really think that this policy should remain intact. The policy committee can work on a new policy while it's intact. It's not gonna bother anybody, it's not gonna hurt anybody, it'll be there to protect the kids who need protection and the teachers who need the protection and the guidance. It should be remaining intact. Policy committee should go back to work and get input and make a better policy if they think that they can do it. But I think we should be the leaders in these things and not the followers.
I have Julie wants to speak again. So I'm going to go down the list to see if anybody that hasn't spoken yet would like to speak. Julia.
Yeah, actually, I have the numbers here.
Okay.
So by my count, 99 people spoke tonight, and of those, 77 asked for us not to delete the policy. 22 spoke for deletion, and of the 22, 12 were from away. Of the 77, 10 were from away. So we have 10 to 67 if you eliminate the people from Hawaii. These are our local people. These are the people we represent.
Did you want to speak?
Sure.
United Declaration of Human Rights Preamble. Whereas recognition of the inherent dignity of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family, the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. That's one thing I didn't get. Was a document that was created many years ago to really realize that we are all equal. Even if we have different beliefs, we can have conversations, we can talk. You know, Article 1, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and consciousness. That's a hard word. It looks like conscience, it is there. It does not mean it's less. Reason and conscience, and should act towards one another in the spirit of brotherhood. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues of the board, you have heard from several students that have said, I need this policy. If we do vote to delete this policy, you are telling those kids, I don't care about you. I'm going to take your safety blanket away. We've heard from that one child that is not cliche. Because one child is one human being who has the inalienable right to freedom of choice. I enjoy working with each and every one of you, but I'm saddened to see Noah and I were talking about this. I like the friendly amendment for an ad hoc. They work. I've done that before. It's hard work. This is not what I'm saying. Because we're not telling the world you really don't care about transgender students. Or that blows me away. I do understand and respect. And I'm looking at you guys because you're the ones that brought this up. And I have to call you out because you're saying no to that one kid. How dare you? How dare you?
Joshua, did you want to speak?
I'm good.
Okay. No. But I wasn't counting when you responded to the members about friendly amendment. I wasn't counting.
I'll count that I've spoken.
Okay. I'm not going to speak. I am in support of keeping the policy. Maybe you can speak.
I'm good.
You're set. Brooke.
I will say that I do support this policy. I agree with Joseph. He's the newest board member here, and making the most sense of trying to work across the aisle with the committee. I'm kind of surprised at the policy chair not willing to do that. I'm really shocked. We have I don't even know how many days of school we have left. I don't drive my kids anymore. 2-3 weeks left of school. There's no reason to not keep this policy in place and try to work over it. Yes, we do not meet in the summer as a rule. It doesn't mean that we couldn't, the policy committee could not meet. once we reorganize and people get chosen. So I'm in favor of keeping this policy for now, and then maybe, add some more people. We've had ad hoc committees multiple times, and working across together. So I'm in favor of what Joseph was suggesting. Danny, are we gonna do a roll call vote?
If the board member asks, yes.
I would like to.
So go down the list again of people who haven't spoken yet. Jeanette, did you want to speak?
Yes, I have something to say. Every time we have a school board meeting, we have our signs, I read the back of it. I won't read them all, but one of them in particular said, or two of them, be receptive to the thoughts of others, be tolerant of views which conflict with yours. I apologize if I have ever insulted anybody on this school board. That was never in my intention. One time I mentioned something was political. That wasn't directed at any one person. However, one of the school board members the past meeting stood up and said they were ashamed of us because we had a different point of view. Also on a Facebook post, she said that we who disagree with them are collective extremists. I found that very disrespectful, divisive, inflammatory, and I don't appreciate being told that you're ashamed of me. I love these kids too. I told you, I had 2 homosexual cousins that died of AIDS. I love them dearly. I had a niece that tried to kill herself, not because she was gay, but because she had bipolar. It's not just these kids in this room who are gay, who are in danger. The problem is we've got a sick society. We have children who are feeling hopeless. And for people to stand up and ridicule my Christianity because I say they're hopeless, and if they could search for something in their lives, and my thought is, why not try Jesus Christ? Why am I being ridiculed because they say something isn't working, you're hopeless? Try Jesus Christ. And I believe that. Jesus also said, if you read the Bible, I can't pull it out, but he also said, better that a millstone be tied around your neck and you be thrown into the sea than that you cause one of these little ones to stumble. These are adolescents. These are children. We are the adults. We are the taxpayers. We are the ones that have, I've also heard tonight before the last meeting that we are Nazis, that we're F-blanking Nazis. I heard that. I'm very, very upset by that. I am not an F-blanking Nazi. I love children. I have had no children of my own. I have a stepdaughter. All my life, I've worked with children in Sunday school. I've taught them in preschool. And to be told that I hate them, I've heard hate at least 20 times tonight. The word hatred came up. I've been told that blood is on my hands if one child commits suicide, and I'm resentful of that. I love children. I've dedicated a great deal of my life to children. This is a question of what is best for them. And I will say it again proudly. If you've got dysphoria, okay, I love you anyway. If you are feeling hopeless, come and talk to me. I will pray with you. I can't do that as a school board member, but I can certainly take you one-on-one and pray with you and try to understand you. But you need to try to understand me. I don't hate you. I don't hate any of you. I love you. And I'm trying to help you. So trying to help you find yourself. You are still young. You know, we're not. You don't know me. You don't know me.
Jeanette, just stop her. I'll let you continue. This is the time for the board to discuss. We don't need people in the audience from either side of the issue interrupting a board meeting.
You were addressing me.
Jeanette, just continue, but don't.
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
I don't hate these people, but I feel they hate me.
Okay.
Okay, the only other person that I haven't asked yet that hasn't spoken once is Melvin. You want to speak at all? Okay, we'll go to people who want to speak a second time. Julie.
I just wanted to address, Naomi, you had a list of schools that don't have this policy. I just feel like a district choosing not to pursue and adopt a policy is very different from deleting one that we have here. It sends a message. If you want to improve this policy, please just vote no and bring us something better. That's what I'd like to say. Or abstain, exactly. But don't delete it without something in its place.
Okay, is there any other board member that wants to speak a second time? Joseph, go ahead.
There are parts of this policy that have me extremely uncomfortable. And that has been echoed in the emails that I accidentally found in my spam folder this past week and in members of the community that I live in. And look, we've all been a victim of something. We've all come from a place of hurt, like this gentleman standing over here. You know, I served in that capacity for a good number of years in the state prison as well. And to be told that I don't understand what victimization is would be as grossly inaccurate as I believe what's happening here right now. So please consider rescinding that if that's possible. Don't make me choose. I'm not becoming a victim because I have to choose, because I know what I will choose if I'm forced to choose. But I mean, it's hard to speak of seeing what I've seen. And I'm not an emotional person, okay? But like this gentleman over here, I've rushed into houses where the wives of the houses have had their hair pulled out and the babies thrown out of their arms, and that isn't the worst of it. We have a big group over here who, accurately or not, it's not for me to judge, that feels victimized and, you know, on the other side of that coin is the very fact that, you know, a child can have monumental conversations with somebody in the school, maybe because they're bashful and life decisions are made upon that conversation. As I've spoken to so many different parents, they're not only uncomfortable and resentful of that. And so who wins? Who wins in that? Undue, maybe misguided influence or malevolent guidance or just the social mores of the day. The wrong decision can be made no matter how this is done. If we stop this progress right now, I will still respect you. There's no shame. I'm not giving anybody any shame here, but we have a golden opportunity to show that we do care, that we do understand, that we have compassion, but we also demand that on the other side of this aisle, that everything is okay with us too, and we can figure that out. But if we have to vote right now, we just put the brake on. You know, I don't know if I can say anything different.
Move the table. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You probably know by now that human rights is my bag. The Convention on the Rights of the Child, the CRC, is the most universally accepted human rights instrument ratified by every country in the world except two. Somalia, Give you 3 guesses for the next one. Has to do with Constitution. The United States of America does not accept the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is the most universally accepted human rights instrument. Article 12. The child has the right to express views on all matters affecting him/her, and the child's views should be given due weight. Article 13, the child has the right to freedom of expression, including the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds. Most of the countries in this world accept this as the truth. They're human beings. I just thought we should have to know more.
Okay, I will just go down the list for the people who've already spoken once, and I will just ask if they want to speak a second time. Julia?
No.
Naomi?
Nope.
Eric?
No.
Sandy?
No.
Brooke?
No.
Nicole? Emily?
No.
Jeanette?
No.
Ben?
In the spirit of not increasing the length of the meeting, I will keep this very brief. This is my last meeting, as it is for several other board members. I just want to take a very brief moment, as I did not have a student report tonight, because that would make this evening even longer. That I just want to thank all of the board members. It has been an honor serving with you. It has been an honor representing my school and my peers, and that's about it. I just want an opportunity to get to thank all of you, and even though this is a contentious issue, I will respect the decision that everybody makes. Thank you.
Okay, we will do a roll call. So it's been moved and seconded to delete AC AAA, the transgender and gender expansive students. So if you vote yes, you are voting to delete the policy. If you vote no, you are voting to keep the policy. Julia?
No.
Naomi?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Joshua?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
I'm voting no. Randy?
Yes.
Sandy?
No.
Brooke?
No.
Matthew?
No.
Julie?
No.
Nicole?
Yes.
Emily?
No.
Jeanette?
Yes.
And Mel?
Yes.
Motion passes to delete AC AAA. Noah?
I'd like to make a motion to approve policy GCPC recognition policy for a second read for deletion. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions from the board? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Just quickly, the next learning committee is June 13th, idea high school facilities, May 3rd, council office, finance, June 20th, 5:30, council office, personnel negotiations, meeting in June. Meeting is 7 p.m. central office. Next, technology. It is 124 a.m.